I know they did this commission meeting last night. Tuesday, yes, so
It's the best, to me, it's the best one of all, because you find out a lot about people's good.
yes, I think so too, but,
The migration.
Okay.
the mayor kept saying, well, you know, we have a lot of those things. And then they, in the audience, there's 15 people.
No, I don't even know.
I mean, there's literally no chance. I mean, I thought the, guys, like the Department of
The second.
you know, they were. And the lady.
The April 27th, we haven't got, I just barely got the ones for 2 months. Yes. We're ready.
So it's kind of in reverse order of how they're shown
That was.
online with the links. That is chronological. First one, the oldest, last one, the newest. But in the packet itself, the newest one would be at the top of the documents.
No, it should be flipped. We flipped
Is
everything.
it flipped?
Yeah,
Okay,
newest ones and
so I
the
see
first
what
one.
you're
Okay.
saying here on the, it's when you click on, you pull up the agenda and click on it, then it gives you all the choices. I just pull up the whole agenda packet and,
But it should come out that way too, even when
It
you do the
doesn't.
whole.
but I
agenda.
see it and I appreciate you doing that and that actually addresses
Okay.
my concerns.
Like going forward, that's what it's
Yes.
going to look like.
Okay, Mr. Pinsler?
We aren't the only committee that the city clerk works with. So there are a few other things that are going on. So the timing of everything, since the requirement is the 72 hours before, which the first part of this, which the affidavit, is the law. We just, that's what you have to deal with. The second part of it is, since the information could very well come in anytime, if you post an agenda a week before, there's going to be a lot of blue folder items,
Right.
potentially. So
Or
the
revised.
goal is to try to get as much into the actual agenda so that the public can see most of what we're doing, because the blue folder items should be minimized as much as possible. And that's why it's done the way it is.
And that we don't get it before the public.
Right.
Yeah, we don't, yeah, exactly. Everybody gets it at the same time.
So your comments are noted. I would love to see, we all would, but under the law and the constraints of everything else.
Well, I respectfully disagree and we'll bring it up during the member items, but I had the question and you've answered the question and I'm fine with both F1 and F2.
Okay, is there a motion? We'll deal with them separately since they were both pulled. Is there a motion and second to approve F1?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now for item F2, was there any further comments, Mr. Morocco, or?
No, but since we pulled it, I would like to congratulate Mr. Nazarian for actually now officially being in the minutes as being the vice chair.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion and second to approve item F2?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Vice chair run too, till we got the minutes?
And I did not ask for comments from the public. Were there any from Zoom?
No, we have none. Or any comments, none.
Thank you. Got to stay on me
Someone's
tonight,
paying
Ron.
too much attention.
Public participation on non-agenda, section intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker is afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written request, if any, will be considered first under this section. Having no written request and seeing no one from our in-present audience, is there any Zoom or e-comments?
None for the record on either.
All right, then moving on, there is no public participation on non-agenda. We can move on to item I1, discussion and possible action regarding Article 11, Section 11.2, the city attorney. Mr. Pinsler, this has your name on it. Is there anything you would like to lead off with?
No, I understand that we're supposed to be having a discussion with an outside counsel.
Yes, we have Mr. Colantino on Zoom.
Good evening.
Good evening,
How are
sir.
you?
Good evening.
I am well.
How are things in Grass Valley?
It's been hot.
Do I? No, I do not.
No, the video.
Okay.
We have a visual? Or just audio?
We have the audio. Let's see if, Doug, if you could put our speaker on video, that would be great. I don't know if that's gonna, oops, that didn't do it.
Yeah, I can see your image and I'm broadcasting, so I think it's just a display issue on your end.
Did we all just flip
Not
screens?
sure what's
Yeah.
going on. Okay. And you'll have to- There he is.
Oh, okay.
You-
Dressed up for the occasion.
And so that's on the present button. We can get back to the
Yep, PC.
agenda item with the PC button. Okay. Okay. So thus far, is it Colantano?
I say Colin Tuno.
Then I will also say Colantano. Thank you for joining us this evening, and thank you for the documentation and information you had provided thus far. From what I have not pulled back up, because we have not discussed yet the red line version of the charter language that was provided by Mr. Colantano. So if anyone wants to speak to that.
The very first blue link in your electronic agenda packet has a title ending in PDF, I believe, and has my initials in it, MGC. And when you open it, you discover there's a resolution of the City Council calling an election on a charter amendment. And behind it is the body of the charter amendment. Those are the two things that I have prepared for the city. These are my initial drafts. I have not had feedback from you or anybody at the city on them. I can walk you through what's here and why it's here and identify where I think the heart of the policy choices are, and the stuff that I think is lawyer's boilerplate that probably ought not to occupy much of your discussion.
Okay.
So the title is mostly boilerplate. The first whereas clause predicts, perhaps inaccurately, that you will make a recommendation to council to propose an amendment to the charter. And it summarizes what that amendment will be. And obviously, until you make a recommendation, we can't summarize it accurately, and the accuracy of the summary should be satisfactory to you. The next whereas just identifies the law that authorizes the city council to place a charter amendment on the ballot. The third whereas states that it has to go at a statewide general election. One of the November, March, actually June and November dates. Then there's the boilerplate, now therefore be it resolved clause. First says we're calling an election and states the date. I'm predicting next November, but obviously that's a judgment for you and the council. The next paragraph is, again, summarizing your recommendation, and we can't summarize it accurately until we know what it is. 3 says the amendment you're proposing is attached, and that the clerk should insert the measure label once it's been assigned by the elections official. 4 says the county's going to run this election, which might or might not be true. And it states the ballot label or the ballot question. This is the most important aspect of this resolution and the one that invites the most policy input. There are essentially 2 legal standards which control this question. One is it needs to be 75 words or less. And 2, it needs to invite a yes or no answer. And 3, it has to be fair, impartial, and not amount to an argument for or against. So, for example, we have a case involving a so-called pension reform measure in the city of San Jose, and the Court of Appeal ordered the trial court to order the city of San Jose to strike the word reform from the ballot label, taking the view that reform is an inherently let's do it kind of a word, and that a more neutral language was needed. What I've written here, again, is predicting what you may recommend and trying to state it as flatly and neutrally as possible, not arguing for or against the measure. Ultimately, it's a judgment for you and then the city council whether the language I propose does that. And the language, shall the measure be adopted, is fairly standard. Everything else is specific to this measure. So, shall the Redondo Beach City Charter be amended to eliminate the elected city attorney position and provide for a city attorney provided by the city council? That's my attempt at a neutral summary of a proposal. Whether it's a good summary, a neutral summary, and your proposal are all questions for you to decide. 5 is boilerplate. 6 is boilerplate. 7 is boilerplate. If you're going to have this run in conjunction with a state election, you more or less have to let the county run it. 8 is boilerplate, 9 is boilerplate, and the signature block is boilerplate. With that, maybe I should take a breath and invite questions before I get into the charter amendment itself.
Mr. Penzler first.
You state, shall the Redondo Beach City Charter be amended to eliminate as opposed to change? Why the
Yep.
word eliminate?
Just my best effort at neutrality. I don't have any objection to changing to it to change.
I think eliminate has more of a statement of, I think it's less neutral
I think that's right.
than to change. Because the implication could be taken that we are eliminating a position. We are not eliminating a position in this context. We are changing
Yep.
it.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Morocco next, and then Mr. Narine.
I was just thinking in my head.
You had made a comment earlier or before, so if you want to follow up with that.
I'm good now.
Mr. Morocco.
Just curious on the measure language, is there a requirement to actually identify in the ballot section the section that's being amended?
No, and the reason for that is that the resolution placing the matter before the voters tells us what the legal language is. It's the attachment. So the attachment is precisely identified. And the Secretary of State recommends that materials we expect voters to read, you and I both know that none of us reads the ballot book from front to back, but material that voters might read is supposed to be written at a 5th or a 6th grade reading level. That's another reason why changing eliminate to change is probably a good idea and use a short Anglo-Saxon word instead of a long Latinate word. And for that reason, I wouldn't suggest you get too lawyerly about, or too legalese about the ballot label itself. Use the simplest words you can. And if there isn't a need to talk about charter sections, don't do it. On the other hand, if you felt that it would be better to say, shall Redondo Beach charter sections X, Y, and Z be amended? I don't have an objection to it, but you'd have to list them all. And that starts to get toward the fairly wordy and legalistic ballot label.
Okay, because following up on that question, the prior ballots that we've been presented seem to have the actual article and section that's being changed as part of the ballot language. So from a consistent point, I don't know if that's a policy thing done with the city or what, but I'm just bringing it up now. Obviously, the council can decide what it chooses to decide.
Madam Clerk, what's our word limit?
75.
75 words? For the entire thing or just the statement that follows after
5 words or fewer in the actual thing on the ballot.
the
I think
entire
it's
box?
just, I think it's, let's assume it's the entire box, but it might be what follows the colon.
And with that, numbers count as words in,
Yeah, section 9 of the elections code has a rule for counting that lets you get certain things like City of Redondo Beach counts as one word, dates are one word, numbers are one word. There's a handful of other rules.
I think the word city
I don't
attorney is
encourage
one
you to
word.
get anywhere near 75 words unless you're doing a very complicated measure. So word counting probably won't be necessary on this.
Right.
okay, is that it, Mr.
That's
Morocco? Okay, Mr. Ryan, did you have
No,
anything?
nothing additional.
Do we have the opportunity to ask other questions about elected versus appointed, the whole deal? Or is that part of our relationship?
We can certainly discuss that. My suggestion would be you get to that after I walk you through the rest of the measure.
Sure, okay, great, thank you.
If the chair is ready, I'll turn to substance now.
Absolutely. Please proceed,
So
sir.
on page 4 of this 5-page PDF, you see the charter amendment that I've drafted for you. And the way I did this is I searched your charter for every reference to the word attorney and decided whether or not a change was required should your voters choose to convert an elected position to an appointed position. So section 1 simply strikes the city attorney from the list of elected officials. And the section numbers I'm using for this discussion are the sections of this resolution. I'm not going to recite the sections of the charter, but they're listed there for you. Section 2 does the same thing. It eliminates the city attorney from the list of elected officials. Section 3 repeals the entire city attorney chapter, because it's readopted in section 4 with a few changes. Section 4 adopts a language providing for the city attorney, putting it in an appropriate charter of appropriate section involving appointed city officials. And all of the language you see is already in your charter, other than maybe minor updates to pronouns. What's missing are a couple of provisions which show up in other materials, I think that Mr. Pinsler prepared, and that I agree with, of sections of your charter that are appropriate for an elected position and inappropriate for an appointed position. Now, let me spend just a moment on the theory of charters. Once upon a time, the law was that a charter city was immune from the general laws of the state only to the extent its charter expressly said so. So older charters, good examples of which are San Francisco and Los Angeles, are encyclopedic. They're books. The present law, most concisely stated in the case I actually won, called Green Valley Landowners Association versus City of Vallejo, says that a charter city is immune from state law unless the charter city adopts state law or is silent as to a rule of state law. So in the Vallejo case, the city did not have a standard for contract formation. It didn't have a provision of its charter or an ordinance which says, in order to be binding, a contract of the city has to be in writing, approved by the city council, and signed by the mayor or another city officer authorized to do so. That's the general law standard for city contracts. And because Vallejo had nothing contrary to it, I was able to win that case for Redondo, saying you can't enforce a contract against us because it wasn't written, wasn't approved by the city council, wasn't signed by the mayor. Well, the implications of that change are profound. What Mr. Pinsler calls mini charters are modern charters. Everything you put in your charter can and will be used against you in a court of law, which is to say that charters are limitations on city powers. The most powerful charter is one that says, we hereby declare ourselves a charter city, period. And if you look at Richmond's charter, it's almost that short. It's longer than that. But it doesn't say very much. The Vista Charter, which is a very modern charter written by a very fine lawyer, and I copy it when I need to propose charters, is 2 or 3 pages. That has 2 implications. First is that general law is going to apply until you displace it. And 2 is that your ordinances need to provide for every rule that you want that isn't the general law rule. So by dropping things from your charter, you're not eliminating those standards or necessarily the need for them. You're just pledging to deal with them by ordinances of the city council, which the city council can change as often as it thinks is necessary to serve the city well. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Luziak.
You were saying about the adoption. Would that be like adopting the building codes and then trying to exempt yourself from part of it?
You could think of it that way.
Okay. You can't do that.
The reason you can't exempt yourself from the building codes is because the legislature has said so, and the subject of building safety has been deemed a matter of statewide concern. So state law can preempt a charter city if the legislature wishes to, and the legislature on that subject did wish to.
Okay. I was just talking about the example of charters and not applying it equally to.
Yeah, perhaps a less confusing example is the one I gave you of the rules for forming a contract.
Okay.
That general law standard is going to apply unless you say something else. And many charter cities do.
Mr. Pinsler.
Yeah. First of all, I believe our paths crossed years ago when I was on the League of California Cities.
That could well be.
Yeah, and that was around the time that these mini charters were being invented. And it was actually, I think it was done for a different purpose, if I'm not mistaken. There was some event that was going on where being a charter city had certain controls that you wouldn't have had. And which is why the minimal amount of information was put into those charters. Is that correct?
The motivation for adopting a charter in a non-charter city is all politics is local, so it varies from place to place.
Yeah.
But many charters were motivated by a desire to avoid state prevailing wage requirements,
Right.
and therefore unions have been opponents of charter proposals. The charter I drafted in for the city of Auburn up in Placer County failed for that reason. The union spent a lot of money killing it.
Yeah. One of the issues that we have been dealing with regarding this elected versus appointed is that there are a number of different structures in the state. Part of them have to do with city prosecutors.
Mm-hmm.
Were there a separate city prosecutor position created? Would that change the language that you would be using in the city attorney side?
Yes. This proposal, which needn't be your ultimate proposal, but it's all I had direction to draft,
Sure, yeah, right.
takes the whole job of your city attorney, city prosecutor, and makes it minimally governed by charter, more governed by ordinance. But if you want to provide for an elected prosecutor, we certainly have to put that in the charter. And if you wanted to provide for the possibility that the positions might be separated, we should put that in the charter too, although that could be done by ordinance. I will tell you that there are only 12 city prosecutors who prosecute state penal code misdemeanors. What you might think of as like real crime that involves a real possibility of jail, as opposed to failing to comply with city land use standards, which is going to get you a fine or a penalty or a loss of a permit, but is not very likely ever to send somebody to jail. You're one of those 12 cities. 8 of them are in LA County. I think that's right. 8 of the 12 are in LA County, might be 7. And the others are elsewhere. Nobody's joining that club because it's taking on an extensive mandate that is otherwise funded by state taxpayers rather than local taxpayers. And no district attorney is going to let you off the hook either for the same reason. Pasadena's charter provides for a separate city attorney than the prosecutor. And historically, those positions were separate. But for the last 15 or 20 years, Michelle Bonarise has held both positions. And that is not uncommon. I think one of your neighbors contracts with you, or maybe contracts with Hawthorne. They've got the position, but they've contracted for it with another city's prosecutor. So all of those options are possible, right? All those options are possible, but if you want to distinguish these positions, the language I provided doesn't do that. I can provide such language if you wish.
No, I understand. It's been a question that has been raised here about the separating those positions because they seem it changes over time as since it's not a charter position, that it can in fact be changed by ordinance. Actually, I'm asking more about your experience with it than I am about the legality of it.
Right. Well, as I said, I don't often see a separate position of city prosecutor in more than name in most cities, because if you're just talking about a civil case occasionally or very occasionally criminal case arising under your land use codes, your building codes, that sort of thing, there's rarely a need to distinguish that position from the city attorney. But in the 12 cities that actually prosecute domestic violence and other handgun, other serious crimes that are defined in the penal code as misdemeanors, that commonly gets separate attention. I want to be as neutral as I can be on what might be a contentious issue. But I will observe that we don't have a deep tradition in the Anglo-American legal culture of electing advisory lawyers. We do have a deep tradition of electing prosecutors. So all DAs are elected in California. And of the 12 cities that prosecute state code misdemeanors, there are more than a few that are elected. That's the context for this.
So the election, first of all, we're not unused to being a unicorn. So understand that there aren't a lot of examples around of elected city attorneys or elected city prosecutors, but we have what we have here, and we're trying to figure out in today's world, as opposed to when this charter was created, what works best.
I think
And
the number of elected city attorneys is about 12 as well. And that changes. As you point out in your materials, Albany recently converted or changed from an elected to an appointed. And as you probably know, Chula Vista, a large city in San Diego County, about a dozen years ago, by initiative, converted from an appointed to an elected city attorney. So the number waxes and wanes, but it's been around a dozen for my whole career.
yeah, I think it's
30 some years.
it's down to 11, or because San Bernardino went to appointed,
That's right.
but that was
And often that was the result of both a financial crisis and a controversial incumbent.
yes.
Mr. Morocco.
So I'm reading this, and the question I'm going to be posing to you is, you're eliminating the city attorney as an elected position. Why not just eliminate the whole city attorney from the charter completely, since it really is a contract legal services provider? Why do you think it's necessary to even include it in the charter?
Two thoughts about that. One is you could certainly do so if you wish. Secondly, it is probably a question of what kind of a dialogue you want to have with your voters. Do you want to say, give us a blank check, we'll get back to you on that? Or do you want to be more detailed about what you're asking them to establish as the structure going forward? So there's a strategy question too. Thirdly, I think you'll find that most charters, except for the mini charters that Mr. Pinsler identifies, say something about the city attorney. Provide some form of job description, and they're all quite alike, probably because they're all based on a model charter prepared by the National League of Cities, the National Municipal League, I think it's called, some time ago. And it's the city attorney's office, like the city clerk's office, and to the limited extent that most city treasurers have a role, yours has more than most, are checks and balances in the city manager, the council manager form of government. So having some statement that the city attorney can point to that says, hey, I know you're not happy that I'm giving you the advice that I'm giving you, but it's my job and it's in the charter and it says so, is helpful to most city attorneys occasionally in asserting themselves as necessary to protect the interests of the city against one actor or another who may not like the advice they're hearing on a given day.
But essentially, it's the same.
Yep. And ultimately, this is your job, not mine.
Right.
If I could follow up with what you were just talking about, real quick, would it be prudent to add language mandating that the city attorney shall take action to report and correct any violations of this charter? Or is that somehow covered in law? Is the city attorney
law? And here's the pluses and the minuses.
I'm sorry, you say it is covered in law?
It is an attorney's obligations with respect to legal misconduct, something that violates law, civil or criminal law, that harms the interest of his client, is well developed in the law of lawyering. The problem with that is that what the law of lawyering says is we have to, quote, remonstrate up the organization till the problem goes away, or we reach the last city official with authority over the subject. That's occasionally your clerk or your treasurer. It's typically the city council. And if you get to the highest official on a given subject and they persist in the wrongdoing that is both illegal and detrimental to the client, the attorney must resign, because the attorney cannot go outside the client and be a whistleblower and violate the attorney-client privilege. Very occasionally, lawyers are whistleblowers. There was a famous case involving our appropriately former insurance commissioner Quackenbush, when the lead allegations of his conduct that led to his ouster from office came from an attorney on his staff. I don't recommend what I label the city attorney as inspector general model, where you ask your city attorney to be a watchdog on the council and the manager and the clerk and the treasurer and blow the whistle when necessary. I can see a case for that role for an elected city attorney who has a direct relationship with the voters, but I still think even that is problematic. Again, this is policy. You're free to disagree. If you want to do it, I'll write it up. But in my 30-some years of experience, when a city attorney has that role, it degrades their confidential relationships with the folks around them. And the folks around them start looking for, quote, independent advice from somebody who is going to respect the leadership of others and is going to keep their secrets. So if you put the city attorney in the role of inspector general, be advised that there are trade-offs.
So understood, and I appreciate that. Where does the role of, call it policing the city charter, then fall?
Ultimately, it falls on every city official to fulfill their oath, uphold the Constitution of the state of California and the United States and defend all enemies, etc. It is the city attorney's duty to remonstrate up the chain of command as far as he or she can go. And at that point, it's up to other elected officials, sometimes criminal prosecutors, and sometimes the voters to sort that out. And even when the city attorney has the inspector general role, you don't end up with perfect government.
Okay, understood. Mr. Pinsler.
You speak of checks and balances, but the city council can ignore its attorney.
That's right.
So therefore, they are merely a remonstrator and not a check. Because the check means that you can stop something.
Right.
So
in this, what you're saying, I think, is that the city attorney as inspector general ultimately has no power. They just have a bully pulpit.
Right. And that exists either as an appointed or an elected official.
I think that's true. Obviously, elected officials find it easier to throw stones at other elected officials than appointed attorneys do.
You spoke about attorney-client privilege. Since the city council is the client, and clients can go around attorney-client privilege by, the attorney-client privilege is actually a protection to the attorney, correct?
Let me unpack a few things. First, the city attorney's client is always the institution of the city, speaking to him or her through the highest official authorized on a subject, and that's typically the city attorney. But the client is always the institution, never any individual or even any component. Occasionally,
the council is not their client.
Never, essentially never.
Okay.
Very occasionally, the clerk will be, almost never, but theoretically, the treasurer could be. The attorney-client privilege is held by a privilege holder, and in most of the work that city attorneys do, the holder of the privilege is the city council because they're the last official with authority over the subject. Sometimes it's the clerk. It's almost never anyone else. It could conceivably be an audit committee. There's niche issues where there's going to be somebody other than the city council. The holder of the privilege is authorized to waive it. No individual city council member can leak your city attorney's advice, but the council as a whole could choose to reveal it, and occasionally it's useful to do so. So I think that's the point you're making, is that the privilege is held by a privilege holder who can waive it, but the city attorney is always bound by it. We're servants, we're not clients. We're agents, we're not principals.
Okay.
Mr. Kilroy?
Yeah, real quick question. With this form of an appointed city attorney, how are they removed? What's the, are they just like a contractor and you decide the same 3/5 vote votes them out?
That would be controlled by two things. One is an ordinance could answer that question. Conceivably, you could put language in your charter answering that question if you wanted to tie the hands of the council. It's also a function of the city attorney's employment contract. The general standard is the city attorney is an at-will appointee of the council who lives and dies by a simple majority. For a 5-member council, you got to count to 3. However, in order to induce people to work for you, particularly in-house people who've got families and mortgages riding on it, you have to give them protection in the form of a severance clause or a 3/5 vote. Sometimes it's very common to say you can't fire the city attorney within 90 days after an election, meaning there's a getting to know you mandatory honeymoon before there can be 3 votes to fire a city attorney. In practice, if there's a new council majority that has made the city attorney a target and an issue, all that 90 days amounts to is more severance.
Yeah, and that kind of raises the financial question. I understand the desire to look at what's best for the city and what form of city attorney is going to provide the best service for the city moving forward. We're not the same as we were 100 years ago, but I do know in the history of Redondo Beach, there have been a number of cases, well, and school district also, where very large severance packages have been paid out to what amounted to at-will employees because the elected officials determined in their minds that that was the fastest, most expedient way to change the status quo. Anyway, I bring that up because I think that's a really important component of this whole topic with regards to appointed versus elected city officials. And it seems to me that without a doubt, you'd have to offer some kind of severance package if you're asking someone to work at the whim of a city council, where we've seen it with city managers, where when the winds change, out one goes and in comes another. And those severance packages can be incredibly large. And so there is a substantial financial component that I think needs to be vetted, talked about when we're talking about making such a change. I don't know I'm not saying it should be addressed in the language of the city charter or anything, but I think there should be some kind of addressing how that's going to be handled.
One of the things
there is a statute
go ahead.
which limits severance packages to 18 months compensation.
That's right.
The numbers are typically 6, 12, or 18 months. When I write them, one method I identify as an option for clients is to say 1 month for every year of service up to the cap of 18. Sometimes you start with 6, and then it's 1 month for every year of service. But 18 months is the statutory cap, and you're correct, elected city attorneys don't need severance because their protection comes from their elected status.
One of the things we had considered here was a 3/5 to appoint and a 4/5 to remove. Is that advisable? Are there things to consider there?
I have seen that. It's not common, but it's not unheard of. I think there's 2 competing goals here. One is you don't want to make it too easy to fire the city attorney because it weakens his or her hand in protecting the institution by telling people what they need to hear rather than what they want to hear. Cities are not well served when their attorneys are simply sycophants. That competing idea is that somebody's got to run the city. And at the end of the day, there needs to be an answer, and the city needs to accept that answer and move forward. And if you build too much friction into the organization, nothing much gets done. And counties, again, I'm a city attorney guy. I do represent some counties, and I certainly have a perspective. But any professional manager would tell you that counties are much harder to manage than cities are because there are so many elected officials who can't be ordered about. So that's the tension. Stability, so people can tell hard truths, versus flexibility and leadership. And, you remember the poster of the ducks with the sign that says lead, follow, or get out of the way.
And one of the things that we had discussed here as well, that's come up and it's a valid thing to discuss, is do we see this fear of when the council changes, they would change the city attorney? In the research I've done, that tends not to happen. What you typically see is appointed city attorneys that are appointed for often decades, and councils come and go, and you don't see that happen. Is that a fair finding? That it is possible, but it doesn't really happen in practice, often at least?
I think that's probably fair. I will say is that occasionally a city attorney becomes a lightning rod and a council majority gets elected to get rid of him or her. That's pretty rare.
But not the case of a city council changing and the winds of that council blowing away the city attorney.
That happens occasionally, not commonly. What I will tell you is that what is more common is that it takes a while to persuade a council to create controversy and disruption and fire their city attorney. It's going to be a headline. You got to explain it. You're going to spend some political capital. So why do that? So there is some built-in stability in the position. The question is whether you think more is required. And these are obviously points on which people may disagree.
Okay. And you had mentioned that 90-day cooling off period with after an election. Is that something we would need to write in, or is that covered somewhere in law?
You could write it in your charter. It could go in a companion ordinance. It could go into a contract.
Okay.
I think it's a good idea. And it also tends to, it's good advice. Get to know people in your position of responsibility before you make changes. The other is it's that it also sort of doesn't cost you much. It's only 90 days. It takes you 30 days to get certified and sworn in, and another 30 days to find the key to the executive washroom. It's just not that big. It's not that large an impediment.
Okay. Mr. Morocco?
I just want to clarify what we're looking at here. Do you have the materials that we have? Because I want to refer to. So I'm looking at pages 16 and 17, where you've suggested language for 14.2. I'm assuming that came from you. And then I'm looking on page 18, which I think also came from you. That's a red line version. So
That's right.
Okay, so
That's right.
On page 18, you're striking out the term shall devote full-time duties of office and shall not be engaged in private legal practice. But in the 14.2B, you put that language in there. Was that intentional, or?
That's intended to provoke a policy discussion. The question is, do you want to require a full-time employee, or do you want to allow the possibility of a contract city attorney? I didn't want to put my thumb on the ledger either way, so I left that language alone, but you may choose to address it.
Okay, and that also applies with the language you struck out on page 19 regarding appointing assistant city attorneys. You actually changed that in section C2, I think. You kind of modified that and made it less comprehensive.
Yes. And I'm a city attorney and I have my biases. So take this for what it's worth. I think it is a bad practice to allow anybody to appoint the city attorney's deputies, because there will be a day when a city manager who wants to control the city attorney will use that power to cow your city attorney. Having said that, at the end of the day, how many staff there are, what they get paid, and what their benefits are is a budget decision that should be controlled by those responsible for the budget, namely the city council. So there's going to be nuance to give and take, but my advice is that power belongs in the council, not in the manager, because to the extent that the council needs to hear what they need to hear and not what the manager wants them to hear, the manager and the attorney need to be sufficiently independent of one another.
So you've left the, I guess you took out the removals by the city attorney in what you've redlined, but you kind of left that open in the page 17 language.
That's right. And again, it's a discussion item.
Okay, Mr. Prinzler.
This is asking more about your experience than perhaps with the specifics here. A single city attorney versus a firm.
Mm-hmm.
What is the dynamics that are different between those two?
A in-house city attorney has deeper knowledge of your affairs. and fewer competing concerns. And to an extent has an iron in some fires. If you change your pension plan for management employees, he or she is going to have a dog in that fight. If you have a budget crisis, it will affect any city attorney, but it's going to certainly affect somebody who's only got one paycheck coming in and one mortgage bill to pay. So the in-house versus contract thing is partly one of perspective, and there are pluses and minuses. The second thing I'll tell you is that nobody, not you, not Los Angeles, gets all of their legal services from their in-house staff. There will always be needs for specialization. There will always be professional conflicts of interest, and there will always be workload management issues. So the question really is, do you want your core team of people who only work for you, or do you want the possibility of a core team that is larger, more specialized, and has more independence from your day-to-day affairs and less familiarity with them? So I've never been an in-house city attorney. I've always been a contract city attorney, but I provide special counsel services to cities that do have in-house city attorneys, and I see the perspectives. What I will tell you is that smaller cities can't afford an in-house city attorney. You don't have enough work to keep them busy. The largest cities should not be paying contract rates for all of their ample legal services. There's a middle class, so to speak, that you're probably in that allows you to make the choice for a mix of contract and staff services or just contract services. So you're in that middle class where I think a rational choice could be made either way. Northern California cities, by and large, are older historically in their formation. And therefore, the model up there when I started my career was a one person in-house city attorney staff, and then a varying amount of contract support depending on how big the city was. Mm-hmm. Most cities in Los Angeles County, I think something like 50 of the 88, maybe more than 50 of the 88, and certainly cities in other counties developed after World War II. And they all developed when the contract governance model was common, and they are predominantly contract models.
Right.
But over the course of my career, most of the Northern California cities that are in the smaller sector have gone to contract attorneys simply under cost pressures.
Is part of the choice between individuals and firms the breadth of, for example, contract cities, very little is done at the, they don't have the staffs inside the cities.
Right.
So
these are all slogans, not deep thoughts, but they raise some of the issues. One is some people say in-house city attorneys get meetinged to death. They spend all of their time in meetings. They don't do substantive legal work because the client won't let them because the lawyer's time doesn't come at a marginal cost. That's a slogan.
Right.
Another slogan says contract city attorneys never turn their own meter on because the client won't let them. The client is much more in control of costs, but doesn't get prophylactic legal services as easily. That's a slogan too. In reality, good city attorneys will find a way to serve their clients well, regardless of those incentives, but those are the kinds of issues you should be thinking about. The other thing to think about is what kind of personality wants the security of an in-house position with a pension and maybe civil service protection, and what kind of person wants to be a partner at a firm with a lot of clients and potentially more risk and more reward. That's an issue as well.
Okay. And there is only one city that is appointed, that requires that appointed person to be a resident of the city. That's Visalia.
And that's probably unconstitutional.
Okay, all right.
You can require employees to live within you can require an employee to live within a radius of the city that is meaningfully tied to their substantive duties. So like your firefighters can't live in Reno, although
some do.
Some do. You could have a rule that says otherwise, but otherwise requiring residency for employment is unconstitutional. There's I think it's Article 10, Section 2 of the state constitution. But elected officials are commonly required to be registered voters of the jurisdiction. And as you know, that means you've got to live there.
Okay.
With regard to your proposed language for 14.2, under paragraph C, item II, you carried forth the language that's currently in our city charter for the elected, and that language is the city council, comma, at the request of the city attorney, comma, may employ other attorneys to assist in any litigation or other matter of interest to the city. Mr. Pinsler, your research found that the common language that is there, instead of that sentence, would say, but the city council shall have control of all legal business and proceedings and may employ other attorneys to take charge of any litigation or matter or to assist the city attorney therein.
Right.
That's a choice that you should discuss. Let me give you a little context for it.
Yeah,
It is
that was my next question.
It is unhealthy, in my not necessarily unbiased professional opinion, that if you make it too easy to hire too many lawyers, you get conflict internal to the city, which is expensive and can be disabling. So somebody needs to say one attorney or two for this problem. It is a policy matter as to whether that should be the city attorney or the city council. Most charters that provide for a city attorney give him or her control. Maybe, no, let me back up. When I was a youngster, most charters gave the city attorney that role. I think we've begun to reconsider that.
Mm-hmm.
I just think you need to understand what choice you're making and make it thoughtfully, but the control needs to be somewhere, and you don't want counsel proliferating, because two lawyers means at least two opinions.
If I could jump on that, the reason for the difference in there is this phrase "at the request of the city attorney,"
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's
that means the city attorney can recommend but can't make it happen. So the council controls the budget, but the council can't do it just because they would rather somebody other than the city attorney do it. Whether that's a good idea is entirely up to you.
right. But that's really the question. The city attorney can keep the council from finding its own counsel in a
That's
situation, right. and we had one here.
Hiring me induced that very dialogue.
No, I'm not talking about that. We had a situation where we had a conflict between two elected officials.
Mm-hmm.
And who was supposed to be that person's defense attorney? It's
Mm-hmm.
just, it was insane when that happened. And this kind of would place it in the position that the city council wouldn't have the ability
Right.
to make another choice, even though the conflict made it impossible to actually figure out who was defending whom.
That's right. And that's because my draft in front of you reflects the minimal direction the city has given me to date. So I've only changed those things that were essential to convert the position. If you want to change more, there's plenty of room for policy discussion.
But there's a fallacy in your argument, and that is that the council ultimately has control over the city attorney, because if there's a majority who find that the city attorney is not being reasonable in the request, can remove that city attorney and we're back to and replace it with someone else. So it doesn't necessarily follow that the city attorney ultimately has the control over it, but at least it presents a check so that if they want to bring in somebody else, they have a counterpoint to it.
But this language is taken from a situation where the city attorney is elected. The removal of an elected city attorney is a whole lot different.
Yes.
And so if in fact this is an appointed city attorney, but the council can only find an attorney if the attorney says it's okay, it does create a conflict.
Yeah, to summarize, I believe and I looked at this too, that this makes the city attorney the gatekeeper with the only key.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he's removed.
Of what?
Unless he or she is removed by the council.
Right.
which is the ultimate gatekeeper.
Right. Okay, so your point is in the situation of an appointed, that ability is
Still within the council's
Within.
discretion. If it's such a big deal that they don't want the city attorney, they want another attorney on it, they have the ability to either get rid of the current city attorney or put it in a position where they can bring on somebody else to replace that city attorney.
So, Mr. Prinzer, I believe your point was within an appointed, the 90-day notice was there. However, within elected, the only recourse is some sort of prosecution or recall.
Recall.
Right,
Which is as you've noted, a extremely high bar.
right. So, anyway, the reason I raised, or I did raise that is I had the fortune or misfortune, depending on how you look at it, of trying to find out read through all these charters. And it was not uniform by any means. And the question really isn't so much this specific wording, what's best? And what gives the council as much control as it needs, but not necessarily to run roughshod over that particular. That's really what I'm trying to deal with there, the language of it, as to try to make it as flexible as possible without getting caught up in the pretzel of this language.
And that's really regardless of whether it's elected or appointed. Wouldn't you agree that the issue?
Well, elected is completely different because getting rid of an elected attorney
I know,
is nearly impossible.
I understand that, but the language that is in here now is saying that you're elected, that city council can't hire an attorney unless
The attorney says so.
the elected attorney says so.
Exactly.
My point is that you could change that language regardless of whether or not you change to an appointed city attorney. If
Agreed.
that is a major issue, it's a different way to go to address that issue rather than necessarily go to an appointed city attorney.
Trying to avoid conflict is what it is, as much as possible.
Yeah, I understand. It's just there's more than one way to skin that particular cat.
And I agree with that. It's a language that I had looked at, and the language that's in the common findings that you had found, Mr. Pinzer, is very explicit. I found that, for example, in Compton's, I believe it was, and you took a much further look at all city charters. A language that I had considered would be within the current sentence that says the city council, at the request of the city attorney, I would insert there, or with notification to the city attorney, may employ. That gives the option. It's not quite as strong, and I would use the term, no, I won't use that term. It's not as strong as what was in the common language that you're finding, which could present that conflict, but it provides that option. It becomes a check and balance in itself that the city council has that option to retain.
The council also has budget control. It could
Right,
wipe out everything other than the city attorney's salary, and
But that's
take care of that.
but that would grind the city to a bad place. So that's not the option that we really want. But I think it's very
But
reasonable.
actually, since you brought that up, it was an interesting thing when I was on council. I want to say that we almost didn't have control of all the legal budget expenses arising from the city attorney. Am I wrong in that?
Well, yes and no. There is a budget, but
Yes, there is a budget.
It's not an easily invocable right.
It seemed to me that the city attorney still had the authority, and like I said, correct me if I'm wrong, to go out and hire outside counsel. And we were footing the bill without necessarily a check and balance by the city council. In the
If I
existing
might,
charter.
the city attorney, the city attorney doesn't have spending authority unless the budget gives it to him. On the other hand, if you get sued, you got to defend the case, and if you lose a case, you got to pay the judgment. So your budget authority may not be all that meaningful, but you do have it at the council.
And I did not find the language that we have for that sentence in any other city charter.
No.
I see it from time to time, but you're right, it's not the predominant rule.
This is, again, not unusual.
That we are the sole purveyor.
Is it the fact that this is an old charter? That we
Probably.
find these,
Actually,
unicorns.
this is the second round of a charter. This was written by a former city attorney and with the cooperation of a newly elected city attorney. And during that time, so he has a lot of experience when he wrote it, and it's a pretty significant modification from the original charter that was passed in 1935. So the history here, he knew what he was doing, and he got the public involved with the process at the end.
One observation I might make about the conversation you're having is that what you're disclosing, and maybe understood to begin with, is it's not an all or nothing proposition. The degree of independence of the city attorney has more nuance than appointed elected.
yes. Mhm.
Question for you under your resolution. The third whereas states the proposed charter amendment will be presented to the city voters at a statewide general election as required by Elections Code 1415A1. Could this qualify under 2A? That it goes on a municipal or a primary election?
Maybe. There are two, this statute controlling when charter amendments are proposed is a post-Bell reform. And like many others, they were a good idea at the time, but they are restrictive going forward in a way that maybe wasn't intended. They want them not to get elected as special election held on the Friday after Thanksgiving when nobody's looking. So they said use the state election dates if two things are true. It's a new charter or it affects any employees. This was employee unions in the Capitol expressing their concerns. So the question are these changes to the elected city attorney position affecting an employee? The safer approach that avoids the need to litigate this question is to put it on a June or November date. The other approach is certainly defensible, and the question is there a risk of a challenge, and is that risk worth running to achieve a little more flexibility on your election date?
So it could be done on a June date?
It could be done on a June date, but you may get an argument from the city attorney or someone on his staff that it violates their rights to use that date. Actually, yes, it can be done on a June date in an even numbered year.
Or the next one we have coming up is March 5th, 2024.
Yeah, and that would involve this risk analysis I just sketched.
But that is a statewide primary, is it not?
Now, that's a generally established March is the presidential primary. You're right, because it's a presidential year. So next year the dates are March and November.
Right.
In gubernatorial years, they're June and November, and in odd-numbered years, there's no state election date available.
So could this go on the March 2024?
Yeah, your choices for 24. Yes, if you get it done in time, you need minimally 4 months' notice.
If a statewide special election were called for some kind of bond measure, is that or recall? Is that a statewide election?
It is a statewide election, but it's not a statewide general election.
Okay.
So you couldn't use that date without the risk analysis I just covered.
Okay.
But the statewide primary could be used for this.
That's right.
Correct.
The general election.
Okay.
I think, as I'm thinking about it, I need to confirm that, but I think that's correct. I need to make sure that they're not using general as the antithesis of primary.
What makes you reconsider that?
I just want to be sure that I'm not giving you televised advice that isn't fully considered.
Okay, Mr. DeWitziak.
I need a clarification on the residency question. You said that employees, does that include elected employees?
No.
Okay.
You can require elected officials to be registered voters of the city. You can't require appointed officials to be
All right.
city residents.
All right. And I don't have anything else, but except for the fact that the ultimate gatekeepers are the voters. And, you know, we kind of gloss over that when we talk about this. So.
I don't think we glossed over. I think we acknowledged what a high bar that is to do a recall.
Well, I'm not talking about just
Okay.
recall. I'm not talking about.
What was your question?
The other question I have is the city council, when Bob brought up, or Mr. Pinsel brought up before about defending people, I recall that incident was resolved by by the council appropriating funds and hiring outside counsel.
right.
Okay, so my point is, there is an avenue for that, for the council to have a discussion on whether or not it's something they want to be involved in, and 2, appropriate the money, and 3, either ask the city attorney to draw up a contract with an outside firm or solicit a bid.
If I recall, then.
Well, it's not a recall, I'm just saying.
We're going back 35 years, or 30 years here.
Yeah.
But the question, it may very well have been that the council said to the city attorney, hire this person. And the city attorney would have to have said yes, according to the way that our charter is written.
Right.
And if the attorney had said no, what alternative did we have? That's really the question about this specific line. Now, this experience doesn't happen very often, that's very true, but it has happened. So the question is, how can we write it so that we can make it a little more clear as to what the procedure might be? You know, a lot of these things that are in the, we never would have to deal with. It's been put in there as a structure, as a construct. We have an experience with this particular thing. So the question was, how do we make it so that that situation doesn't exist anymore? Mm-hmm. That's what I was asking.
Charters, by their very definition, though, are limiting factors.
Yes.
Okay, so that, when you outline the duties, you know, people tend to, I'll just say, go faster on roads that don't have guardrails.
Mhm.
Okay? So they're less afraid of veering into the dirt because they're not going to scratch their vehicle. And that's the same issue you have here. If you restrict the, I'll just say, process or choke it down, you are not going to get people who can come up with solutions to genuine problems.
What is it that's restricting the process that you're referring to?
Well, because the choke will be on what they can. They're limiting, the charter is a limiting, it limits government. It doesn't limit.
So we're looking to make it less restrictive. Is
You
what we're
are.
doing. Yeah.
Yes, you are.
That's a choice that the
And
voters have.
and that's not necessarily a good thing.
Okay. Well, your question about employee, was an
Well, that-
elected employee or what was that?
That was for residency.
For
He answered
residency?
that.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
I just wanted a clarification.
Okay.
I don't know.
Real quick, I'd like to go back, thinking about that, is an elected official an employee of the city? Mr. Colantuno?
For certain purposes, yes, but not for purposes of the constitutional rule forbidding you to require employees to live in the city.
So for purposes of Election Code 1415, is an elected an employee?
The legally conservative small c approach is to assume the adverse answer and comply with the rule, but we don't have an authority that answers that question.
So it's
All we have is
untested.
the language of the statute.
No one's asked this over all these years?
This is relatively new. This is a post-Bell phenomenon.
Yep.
Bell was the thing that created the whole thing.
Right.
Okay, but, so let me ask a different question then. Is an employee a person or a position?
Employee is always a person. A position is an employment.
So this is always a person.
So the question is, by changing the office, are you affecting the employee?
But what if that person was no longer going to be in that office? If there was a
And now
changeover?
you're starting to color what the argument would be. But I can't, with complete confidence, tell you how a court would resolve this because we just don't have the authority yet. So the question is, do you want to entertain that question or would you want to avoid that argument? And that turns on, do you think there's going to be an argument? Does anybody care?
And then can the charter change, if we go forward with charter changes, can they be subject to a date or transition event?
Are you saying, can you make this provision of the charter effective after the next general election of the city? Sure. And you may want to. And
Okay.
more to the point, there's a general principle that you can't shorten the term of an elected officer without express authority to do so. So if the voters of your city adopt the language in front of you, my advice to the city would be your elected city attorney completes his term before the council has the authority to appoint.
And we could write that, how would we write that into the charter? We would need to write that into the charter, correct?
If you want to make that unmistakable, yeah, we should add it.
That this section,
The only way you would know that someone was not going to be in the office at a particular time is if they were term limited, and these 3 offices are not term limited.
Well, wouldn't it be that you'd write it into the ballot initiative and not into the charter?
That's what I would do, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
okay, so it's doable though.
Well, I don't think it's just doable. I think it's almost mandatory. If you law, I mean.
That this,
The virtue of spelling it out is that you make it plain for voters and you may take it off the table for debate. It's
Right.
going to be true whether you say it or not, so there's no harm in saying it.
but we could make it effective upon the end of a term, beginning of a term.
You could. There are charters that have statements that it either doesn't or does affect the people who are in office at the time. That you see that in charters regularly.
Or you put an effective date in.
Yeah.
I mean, that covers everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
Such as April 1st, when new offices would,
You do the math and you make the date.
Make the date. That's all it is. Yeah.
Or you
But
provide when the
I get
results
what
of
he's
the
saying.
election on date X are certified.
Exactly.
That the earliest that this could be implemented is 2028?
no.
March 2024.
Okay, so don't we have a city election March 2024?
Yes.
And it's in the
It's
city.
not a city election. It's
Well,
It's
it's a general election.
But the 2025 is,
2025 is the city
2025.
election.
It's a municipal election.
Okay, so if it was, fine, so if it was that's why you're pushing for the 2024, because if it's passed in 2024, then you can have it effective.
so yeah, but the problem is that we're having an election for the city attorney in 2025.
That's why the
March.
difference between March and November is important, because in March, there's time.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm not pushing for it. I'm just exploring what are the
No,
options
I
here.
understand, and I just wanted to
Well,
make sure.
precedents back then, when we did the city treasurer, we went to the county for June. The county said, no, we had to go for November because it was related to the election code 1415. So that's just.
So the county is taking the conservative view of this statute.
But March is better than November, you're saying? But March is better than November, you're saying?
Yes.
Because of time.
That was
it's
just an
harder to
opinion of the
achieve.
county. It wasn't
Yeah,
a
it's hard to-
legal.
yeah.
They said you can't put it in June. And so we didn't put it in June. We put it in November. I'm just saying that's what.
And I went back and looked at the city council meeting. I didn't find that attachment. You said there was a statement from the county or something, or
Yes, statement from the county.
was that attached to the,
I don't know. I'd have to go look.
do you have it available?
I don't know. I'd have to look.
But it exists somewhere in our
Oh,
records.
no, I think it was just a phone call. I'd have to look. That's what I'm saying. I'd have to look to see.
It was a phone call.
Okay.
She has a recording. I have to.
It's ultimately up to the
Good for you.
council what date they
White
want
House
it to be
tapes.
in effect anyway, so.
Transaction.
It is, but we want to present the correct options.
Well, we can present what we think is the best option and they
Yeah.
can decide if they want it or not.
Yep. Okay, so to wrap up where I had started, and I think we just, it's a matter of policy of what we put in as far as who can employ other attorneys.
Yep.
And it sounded like, yes, it's common in the statutes that apply, or the charters that apply to appointed city attorneys, but we've made the comments here that it may be even more applicable to an elected. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
Okay. Very good.
Okay.
I did one question.
Yes, Mr. Morocco.
Under this proposal that you've put forth to us, or at least this advice that you put forth, does the citizenry is the city attorney in any way accountable to the general public and what used to be the public that voted for a city attorney under the proposal?
Under this proposal, the city attorney would not be an elected official. Therefore, they wouldn't have a political incentive to maintain their electability. If
No,
you're
they have
asking
a political
what
incentive
ethical,
to keep the council happy.
right? Yes.
But they have a
But the question
obligation
is, does the city
to
attorney
provide-
have an,
That's so mushy.
you're asking, does a city attorney, an appointed city attorney, have an ethical obligation to the general public? I think technically the answer is yes, but it is a pretty limited one. And as I said to you, if your client's doing something wrong, you remonstrate up the chain of command and then resign. That's the extent of your obligation to the public. You can't participate in wrongdoing, can't advise wrongdoing, and you can't ignore wrongdoing.
And you're
But
speaking
you
as
don't,
an elected
you
or
don't
as an
have a-
appointed?
as any attorney,
Any attorney.
As any,
under
okay.
the rules of professional conduct,
That's what he said
you can't be the whistleblower.
So the answer is the public is kind of off to the side and really not a major
Or-
consideration.
Yeah, this is a question of values. So the question is, how do you want to constrain your counsel? You want to do it at the polls with the threat of what happens at the polls, or do you want somebody in the institution with the formal right to say no on certain occasions?
Which is the crux of how we got to this point, even discussing this.
Right.
Yep.
Do you need anything else from us to refine this? Do we need to give them anything else?
Well, we've got to go back and hash out language, the charter language of what we would, because we haven't resolved all of the, as Mr. Colantuno's stated, that these are matters of policy that we need to
Right.
come up with recommendations for.
That's not his job.
No, sir.
But I think we need to work on the 75 words or less first and then fill in the blanks behind it. I think that's putting the cart in front of the horse.
But we in the past have not done that task.
Okay.
So that's,
Actually, that's not exactly true, but we are recommending to the city council
Right.
what we believe to be a structure that they should decide upon. We need to present that to them. They can do whatever they want with it.
And ultimately present it to the voters.
Right, ultimately to the voters, but,
That's the goal.
and whatever we present to them, it's up to the council to figure out what to do with it. But I think that it would behoove us to present to them
Package.
a package, right?
including ballot language in this case.
Not so much ballot language as to the question that's going to appear.
Yeah, the question.
The ballot question.
Question,
the
ballot
box.
question, those are two.
Yes or
Okay,
no.
and my comment
languages.
was, we had not done that before,
No.
but we can.
The yes or no question.
And we discussed that about using the words we used, eliminate versus change.
Correct, and we have discussed it.
Right.
So certainly we could do that. My only point was, in the past, we had not done this.
Okay. Not 1947 either.
I mean, in our past.
Right.
I was alive in
My thing-
1947.
So, I mean.
Sorry.
That
the
was my
past of this-
past.
of
That's
this
a part of my
committee-
past.
This committee has,
You're being
so,
insulting. I'm offended now.
this, thus
My
far, this
suggestion
committee has
to you-
not
Michael,
done so.
Michael wants to speak.
My suggestion to your committee is that you answer a list of policy questions for me, and then let me get you a further draft, and then you can massage that draft. And if you want, I can tick off what questions have arisen tonight, either now or at some later point.
Can I ask one more on your 14.2? Item C4, it says attend all meetings. Have you done anything with, obviously, if we're not having somebody local, it's going to be kind of like you're doing today. Do we need something more specific in the language that allows to attend by video or by means authorized by the state?
I don't think that needs to be in the charter. The charter is going to be interpreted flexibly on that point.
Right.
Quick question. Is there a difference between hired and appointed in the verbiage here? Is it the same thing? Like I shall
For
be
your
hired.
purposes, I think they effectively are the same thing. We usually see appointed in this context.
Sure.
If hiring means specifically an employer-employee relationship, you don't hire a contract city attorney. You contract with him or her, or more likely, you contract with their firm.
Right. Building on that subsection 4, attend all meetings, it could very well be that a person who's the land use person from that firm could be the one who's representing, as opposed to the quote-unquote city attorney, it's him or herself, correct?
And everybody needs sick days and vacation days. So there'll be
Right.
some meetings where somebody's
Right.
pinch hitting.
Right.
So real quick, going back to the word hired, was the consensus that it should be hired or it should be appointed?
I would think appointed because, and it's the first word.
I think hired is the.
Hired, is hired the better word?
Mr. Colantino, any comment on which was more?
Hired is consistent with maintaining the language that it's a full-time position with no private practice.
Right.
If you decide you want to strike that language and allow for the possibility of a contract city attorney, then you should not use hired, you should use appointed.
Okay.
Yeah, so the paragraph B, shall devote full time to the office. Are we?
That's a policy choice.
Yeah. And that somewhat ties into hired versus appointed.
Yep.
Well, at the same time, that kind of also ties into the discussion that was had briefly with regards to hiring a firm versus hiring an individual,
Correct.
right? Because those two would kind of be in conflict if if it goes down the road of appointed and the city council decides they'd prefer to hire a firm to represent the city as opposed to an individual, then that language in B is problematic.
And one of the things we talked about is we don't need to or even want to prescribe whether it's a firm or individual
Exactly.
within this. We need to leave it open to be either one, and how would we best do that?
And the reason for that is that if you say one and you want to do the other and it's in the charter, you got to go and have a charter change.
So what language could we use that would allow both, or either, not both, but
I would say appoint is probably the better way to state it.
Or you could spell,
More
or you
generic.
could spell it out and say, unless the city council appoints hires an employee to serve as city attorney, or if the city council appoints, hires an employee. So you can say that full-time, no other practice applies if you've got an employee and not if you've got a contractor. Just spell it out, identify both options and impose that restriction when it makes sense and not otherwise.
Or put it in the contract.
Correct. Anything can be in the charter, in an ordinance, or in the contract, and the question becomes, what package of ideas are you trying to persuade your voters of?
so is there a way to construct the charter that would not restrict one way or the other?
Yes, that would be
You
that
could
would be
say
the
something
goal.
like, the city attorney may be an employee or a contractor if an employee shall be full-time, no private practice.
So we need to spell that out.
You may choose to spell that out.
Is there a way to not restrict it without spelling it out like that, to use less language
You could
somehow.
just strike this language, you just strike
Let's say
B,
eliminate the whole thing, eliminate B.
correct.
So the entire paragraph could be eliminated.
That's right. That's right.
In the red line, it is eliminated.
And really, that sounds appropriate because in an appointed situation, that needs to be a contractual decision.
Yeah, the flexibility needs to be maintained.
So we would strike, if we strike B, then would we want to change A in any way?
If you strike B, you may want to change hired to appointed.
I think, what's the consensus? Is there a consensus on better to strike B?
I guess I would strike B, and in this whole conversation with regards to flexibility, the idea of, in A, the city attorney shall be hired, certainly sounds like the city council is expected to hire an individual as opposed to a firm. So at that point, would it be better to say, legal representation for the city shall be whatever by the city council? I'm not sure I want to say hired, appointed, or contracted. And so I'll leave it to the expert to, but if your goal is to allow for flexibility, I would strike B and I would rewrite the first sentence of A to basically give that amount of flexibility of whether you're trying to hire an individual or firm. And you might find that hiring a firm provides you certainly with a broader spectrum of legal services, number one. Two, even if it's an individual, if that person knows it's not necessarily his only income, you might end up getting a lower price. So there's a cost component. Sorry, I keep coming back to money.
No, that's fine. How about the word retained?
Retained,
The city
sure.
attorney shall be retained by the city council.
How about legal representation rather than, do you want,
One
I
attorney.
wouldn't go to that abstraction for two reasons.
Yeah.
One is it's not sixth grade reading level. And secondly, somebody has to be the city attorney.
That's right.
It has to take an oath of office. Even when you contract with a firm for all of the other services, there's a human being that's appointed city attorney and takes an oath.
That's right.
Would the word retained work well there?
I think appointed is plain English,
That's
but
better.
at the end of the
Appointed.
day, I can't object to retained other than to point out it's Latinate and therefore not as close to a sixth grade reading level.
Interesting.
Okay, so city attorney shall be appointed and that leaves it open enough, because like you said, no matter what, someone has to be sworn in. So the appointment could be for, even if it's for a firm, there still has to be one key person.
So to be clear here, if the city council appoints a firm, somebody from that firm has to take an oath?
Take an oath, yes.
Yes. And typically what the contract to the attorney contracts firm says is Tom Jones is hereby appointed city attorney and he may use assistance from the firm as appropriate. Any change in this staffing requires an action of the city council.
And they'll need to sign off on the
I want
billings
to go back
too.
to the requirement of the oath. Where does that come from?
It comes from state law. The city attorney position
Is it in fact in
has,
state law?
yes. And in fact, if you bring a criminal proceeding or a civil nuisance proceeding and defense counsel is sharp on these issues, they'll ask to see your appointment and your oath. And if you don't have one, they can get the case dismissed. Although generally what happens is you get the appointment done and fill the oath out and the problem goes away. But yeah, you can't take certain actions as a city attorney unless you've been appointed a city attorney and taken the oath.
If it's not too much of a burden, can you point me in the right direction for where that authority is?
I can, it's case law. but we
My
can dig it out
question
for you.
is, I don't think we do that with civil engineers.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
There are certain functions that have
I'm
to be
learning
done
something
by a
tonight.
licensed.
Okay, this is good.
I don't know that the position of city attorney, if city engineer requires an oath
requires
and
an oath.
appointment.
Requires an oath.
Yeah,
Generally speaking,
I'm
we
sorry?
require those.
any employee is required to do the oath.
I got that part. I was going there, but I was going slow. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
All right. So, can you point me in that direction? where that
Sure.
is in law?
It's case law. It's case law. I'd have to look it up, but I'll look it up for you.
Okay, well, I want to be able to quote that in the future. I like that.
Okay.
You should ask your wife to do your legal research.
Yeah, not a chance of that. That'll happen. The other question I had was, no, I'm good for now.
So then going back to paragraph C2, CII, where we had that second sentence in there now that we had discussed, is there language we would recommend be inserted there in either in place of or in addition to? So one example I had was the city council at the request of the city attorney or with notification to the city attorney may employ other attorneys. Or would we go
Another
back?
approach is simply to strike the phrase within the commas. So say
I
the
would
city
agree with
attorney, city council may employ.
Yes.
Rather than you going through your list, perhaps we should have the person, Michael, going through his list, because it sounds like you're going to be covering some of the same policy questions, and it may just be more efficient for him to identify them.
I don't understand what you're referring
Michael
to.
said that he has a list of policy questions he thought we should consider, which you seem to be going through some of the same things, and it may make more sense to get him to present us what his policy points are so that we can have that discussion rather than dealing with it piecemeal.
Mr. Colantuno, does that make sense to you?
Sure, I can tell you what I have in my notes as the issues that have arisen tonight. There may be other issues that you heard or still have in mind that I haven't heard, but I'm happy to tell you what I think the questions you've raised. I don't know what the answers are yet.
Okay.
So one is, do you want to eliminate to change in the label, the ballot question? Two is, do you want to require an employee or do you want to allow for a contract? Three is, if you've got an employee, what language you want regarding who appoints the deputies. Four is who controls, is the city attorney got a veto over the council's retention of other counsel? Five, I'm not sure you want to give advice on it, but the city certainly needs to decide what election date is permissible. Six is, what effective date do you want to propose for this charter amendment? Those are the 6 points that I have in my notes as surfacing tonight.
What was number 4 again? I'm sorry.
4 is, does the selection of special counsel require a city attorney recommendation, or can the council just do it?
Okay.
That's the last thing.
That's what you were talking about.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to confirm that.
I have one other question, and this is a little bit aside here. As I understand it, there is a relatively small group of firms that is the bulk of does the city attorney work, correct?
Yes.
Is that problematic or not?
You know, when your charter was written, city attorneys were commonly a lawyer in town who was respected by the council, who probably had a family law practice or a real estate practice or a general practice.
Mm-hmm.
And they sat in council meetings and they drafted ordinances. Starting in about 1972, with the adoption of a whole bunch of things like the Political Reform Act of 74, CEQA 72, et cetera, municipal law became a very specific specialty. And if you don't do it a lot, you don't do it well. And so the model of the small town lawyer who just does the city attorney gig too is really fading, even in the rural corners of the state where it had survived. So for example, Fort Bragg has an attorney drive up from Santa Rosa. My firm represents Barstow from Pasadena. So the idea of the general practitioner who dabbles in municipal law is pretty much gone away under the pressure of specialization. That has led to a defined bar of lawyers who do it. And there's a handful of big firms, and then there's many more smaller firms. One of the debating points that your community will have to have is the city of Redondo Beach a big enough labor pool to attract the talent you want in this role? And that turns on what you think this role is. Is it just leading the office from a politically sensitive perspective, in which case your talent pool is definitely deep enough? Is it being the specialist municipal attorney, Maybe, maybe not.
Mhm. That actually is my biggest concern, is that the talent with the election and requiring that person to be a resident, is that your talent pool decreases. But
And what I'll say is that elected city attorneys are sometimes municipal law professionals, particularly if they come up through the ranks and ran with the city attorney retires and his assistant runs for the position. That's where your existing city attorney came up in that way. He was your prosecutor on your prosecutor staff first. But it's not always guaranteed, and sometimes you get, a politician, as is true in places like San Francisco and Los Angeles. Appointed city attorneys are nearly always professionals, and when they're not, there's something more fundamentally wrong with the governance of that city.
right. Well, and the difference between large city and small city, the large city attorneys are as much administrators as they are lawyers, correct?
Yeah, I mean, when's the last time the elected city attorney of Los Angeles appeared in court?
Right.
When's the last time the elected city attorney attended a city council meeting? They don't. The council uses its budget control to insist that their meetings be staffed by somebody they approve from the city attorney's office.
So the number of, if you take out the big cities, the number of elected city attorneys reduces to near zero.
Well, there's a number of cities in your category. Chula Vista, twice your size, San Rafael. There are a handful like you, and they, there are pros and cons for this method, and not my place to make that.
Yeah, I'm not asking for that. I'm just, your experience outside and seeing it is helpful.
Yep, and even in a city as big as San Bernardino, Mr. Penman was a controversial fellow.
Yes, he was.
So is it your experience that when you have an appointed city attorney, especially with, we'll take cities our size, that they actually end up litigating cases in court?
Some of us do. But the point of city attorneys are all practicing lawyers. They're not politicians. They're not just policymakers. They're not just office managers. They do day-to-day legal work. That's not always true of elected city attorneys. Your elected city attorneys for the last 30 years have all been practicing lawyers, and that's a reality of the size of your city and your budget. And some of them have had to learn the job on the job.
Isn't that also a requirement to run for office? Don't we have?
You have to be a licensed lawyer for
licensed
3, 5, or 7 years, but you don't necessarily have to know anything about municipal law.
You pass the bar.
The Huntington Beach city attorney came from an insurance defense practice.
I guess, and not being a lawyer, I apologize to all lawyers out there. So much of what I saw when I was on council, 90% of the cases that came up in closed door session were all handled by outside attorneys and required a great deal of specialization. I mean, there's the day-to-day work of creating ordinances and resolutions and all that stuff, vetting contracts. But I saw the city attorney as much administrator, even here, and that's no insult to Mike Webb at all. There's so many things on the plate coming in from so many different directions. I couldn't imagine him or anybody in that position having the time to sit there and actually litigate cases in front of in court. So to me, I don't have the same amount of discomfort or uneasiness with regards to the pool in Redondo Beach of qualified people, because I guess I don't have quite the expectation of, or the need for them to be experts in municipal law, since there are so many other aspects of the law that city attorneys need to have some knowledge of.
If I could say that, and this is a general thing we need to remember, is that this is not person related.
No, I understand.
This is position related.
I totally understand.
The next person along is the one we're dealing with,
Yep.
or the next person after that, that is the one we're dealing with, not the experience we have with the people in office now.
But we are talking about what the people in office now, what their job has been, and what the spread of the workload, so to speak, and what kind of qualifications we're going to want to have, whether it's an elected or appointed. What do we need? And you brought up the issue of whether the pool is deep enough here in Redondo Beach to have qualified applicants. And so at that point, to discuss how deep the pool is and how wide the pool is becomes kind of relevant to the discussion. And I'm not really trying to make this about a particular person, but I am trying to make it about what the city attorney's job has been for the last 20 years that I know of. That's all.
Mr. DeWithiak.
Redondo Beach is, for its size, its population, and its geography, meaning that it looks like an hourglass if you look at it from the top. We have some very varied and interesting challenges. And the law profession has, I'll just say, or the city attorney's office in this particular case, has evolved quite nicely, in my mind, to meet those challenges. And we can enumerate them if they want, but the challenges keep, I'll just say, amassing. And we have relied upon outside experts for almost everything, okay? But the head of the office has always been a legal case manager in my history, okay? Which only goes back 50 years or so. So I think the talent pool is well deep enough because people just have to know what they're getting into, meaning they have to know when they go down and say, I want to take that oath, of what is expected of them. And what's expected of them is to handle the municipal problems that confront the people of Redondo Beach, all right? And that's who's going to hire them, all right? Now, we can do one step back, which is why we're discussing this, and where the city council gets that person. And we really have put it in, well, in my mind, I'm just saying, in the political arena. As I often say, everything is politics. I'm not really sure how, if there's a difference, and I'm not going to, I'd say, champion one way or the other in this conversation. I will when it gets to the ballot. But I think people should vote on this issue. I think it should be presented, and I think it should be presented in the most neutral fashion that we can put out there, as opposed to showing our biases, which is what we often do, because it's politics. All right, so I think we just need to, I'm just going to say, laundry the language that we put in the ballot. And the whole idea that we're writing for 5th and 6th grade levels is offensive to me, just from the get-go, because I'm basically the classic, I won't say bug up your ass, but I will, guy. And I don't think that, we need to go much further except to get it down on paper in the sense of the wording. And I think that's going to be hard because we got to keep it at that 5th and 6th grade level. And I understand that. And it's such a shame, but
It is what it is.
it is what it is. When you have, Eleanor, if you had to predict what the voter turnout would be for a municipal election versus a statewide election? And in particular, what are we talking about in differences in percentage points?
Probably about 10% difference.
10% difference.
Depends what's on the ballot.
And we're still only talking about less than 30%, right?
Correct.
Okay, I mean, all of that's just from the whole concept of citizenship and the land that we live in is very distressing to me. I mean, that we're even talking about those numbers, but I realize it's an exercise that we have to go through, and I personally will push it. Like I said, we'll give people the opportunity to vote, but we have to make it less.
Biased.
Oh, it's already going to be biased. I mean, people already have an idea about this. I mean, I don't know.
Some people do.
You do, I do, everybody here does.
Biased.
Okay, so-
99%
all
of
right.
people that will be voting on it don't even know about it yet.
But they're not much more than the 7 people that are sitting here. Okay?
If I could, one of the issues that I've always dealt with is that for the last 40 years, we've had 3 city attorneys.
Okay,
And there's good and bad to that.
and they were elected.
They were elected. There's good and bad to that.
It's called democracy.
Absolutely. And this becomes the issue of term limits, which is a whole other story to talk about. But that's over those 40 years, lawyering has changed, correct, Mike?
Absolutely.
And is that an issue that should be taken into account?
Well, should I think of this 41 years ago, I got married, and that's when lawyering changed, because I married a lawyer. I mean, is that how that
all your
works?
fault.
I mean, I want a little more meat on
Let's
those
keep it
bones.
germane to
It's
the
all your
discussion.
fault.
That's what I'm saying.
The question is
How has it changed?
that's what I'm asking Michael.
Oh, well, you
I think the
said,
gist of it is that it's become more specialized, and that public law and municipal law can't be done competently by family lawyers on day one. But I think what you're also ultimately getting to is the depth of the labor pool for a given position turns on the job description. And you're having an appropriate discussion about what the job description is. You're looking for a municipal specialist, in which case the Redondo market might be a little small. Are you looking for a politically sensitive leader of others who have that expertise? Your market's probably plenty big.
the last 3 city attorneys, including the present one, were all homegrown. The first one had a definite bias on which way he was going. The second one was a homegrown kind of, I want to do everything kind of guy. And the one we have now is just a dedicated a prosecutor who has learned how to be an administrator.
Did y'all work for
Okay.
the city? Did y'all work for the city before? Did y'all work for the city before? Did y'all work? Were they already?
No, only Michael.
Only Mike. Okay.
Okay.
Is this an area that AI is going to be taking over very shortly?
We're all thinking hard about that.
I can't process idea. I can't generate new ideas.
We'll have a hologram of a city attorney here at some point.
That everybody has to go back and watch 2001.
I think we may have beaten this horse.
Yeah.
But thank you very, very much.
One quick question before you go, if I could. The resolution statement states that the election shall be held November 5th, 2024. I'm not questioning, that's already part of the question before, could it be March or November? But my question goes to the election code 1415, where it says, shall be submitted to the voters at the next established statewide general election. The shall be to the next established, when is that triggered? To me, it's saying that once you've made a decision, you have to put it on the ballot at the next one. Is that a fair interpretation?
That's how I'm reading that statute. But as I pointed out earlier, I want to pin down my analysis of 2 questions. I want to confirm my understanding that we don't have any authority telling us who an employee is for purposes of the duty to use state dates, not rather than local dates. And secondly, I want to pin down my understanding of whether state general includes March or not.
Yeah,
So
in
I'll have an
addition-
answer to.
Yeah, I guess this would be a third question to that, in that what triggers that shall be submitted to the voters at the next established statewide?
Yeah, that's the does this affect an employee or not question. 1415 says you can use city election dates for charter amendments unless it's a new charter or it affects employees. So the question we need to confirm my understanding of is that this will be deemed to affect an employee because it's changing the nature of the city attorney's role.
I'm going to say my question is actually different from that. Mine is what,
When the council approves the language and.
Oh, got it.
That's the question.
When the council adopts a resolution to put this on the ballot, they're going to pick an election date.
Mhm.
These recitals are intended to inform the council's choice of an election date.
but it needs to be the next one, according to 1450.
You could, it doesn't have to be. You could skip an election. You could say, let's put this on in 26. You can act early, you just can't act late.
Okay, so where it says shall be submitted to the voters at the next established statewide general election doesn't necessarily mean it shall be the next one.
The statute says that. And if you were dealing with an initiative proposal, that would be true. If you were dealing with an elected charter commission, that would be true. With an advisory commission, the council can act early if they want to.
Okay.
They can put it in their resolution.
The question is, does the public have any?
Yeah, is there any public comment? Thank you.
1 second.
Anybody awake out there?
Nope.
Good, okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I
Any
take it that
comments?
the commission would like me to prepare a further draft
Yes.
that frames language around the policy discussions you've been having. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay,
Yes.
I'll do it.
And with that, I would say, anything else that we just simply drafting new language or?
My suggestion is either you or Bob be the designated point person to go back to the attorney and give him some of the
I can do
direction.
that. That's fine with me.
Or we can work together on it
Work
too.
together.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the more efficient way, and that way you can get done.
Yeah, what kind of a time frame are we looking at to get responses from you, Mr. Colantuno?
I mean, I can do it within a few days once you
Okay.
give me direction. And I think I have a sense of your direction already. So what maybe the quickest path is me to send you a draft saying what I think you said tonight. And then the two of you tell me whether I heard you properly.
That's fine, thank you.
That sounds good.
So are only you guys going to see that, or are we going to?
No, anything we see will be passed on.
Okay.
We're just the conduit.
What about my legal research?
I'll get that done. I've got two questions to answer. One is to pin down the election code 415 questions, and the other is to provide the authority for the fact there needs to be in a city attorney who takes an oath.
Well,
We send him a
the
bill
way,
for
the
that.
way you said it, I understood anybody who does that stuff. Meaning that's just the city attorney.
Yeah, on the city engineer, it's going to be what your clerk told you. All employees take an oath. If you don't have an employee as your city engineer, they may not need
Oh, we
to
hire
be one.
outside engineers. We have a harbor that has problems. So,
And that takes you back to the licensing standard. If they're doing what amounts to the work for a licensed engineer, they have to be licensed. They may not have to take an oath.
okay.
Thank you. I think
Okay.
it'd be great.
Do you need contact information, Mr. Colantuno, or?
Yeah, if somebody could provide me email addresses for Mr. Pinsler and Mr. Schutzenberg, that would be helpful.
Okay. I think we have yours. We can contact you.
Yep.
I still look at your newsletters every once in a while. I'm remembering the time, I think it was in Alhambra that you came to speak to the LA division of the league. And that was
Probably about
when-
housing elements.
Yeah, I was I was the president of the division years ago.
That was a while ago.
It was a while ago. Anyway,
So moving forward, he's going to come back with changes in languages, and then ultimately we'll vote whether we as a body are recommending this to move forward. to city council.
My question had more to do with, are we going to see this before the next agenda comes out or are we going to see it when you guys get it?
Anything that goes to more than a quorum of you becomes a public record.
that's probably great, which is fine.
I don't care
have any
if
problem
it being
with
a
that.
public record.
I don't have any problem with any of
I
that.
don't want to be put behind the 8 ball
No.
and making decisions from this chair as opposed to something I could have done at home.
My experience, and at least the experience you've seen, is that when I gather this information, it's passed on to you. Often it's just before the agenda comes out. It doesn't have to be.
That's my question.
Get to your point.
Yes. his-
I can pass this
that was
along
Answer
before,
Ron's point.
as long as it goes to everybody, correct?
Correct. And the clerk has a copy so she can respond to public records requests.
That's fine. I have no
And
problem.
there's no discussion amongst us with regards to the content of what's been, because then it becomes a Brown Act
Exactly.
issue.
No.
No discussion among a quorum of you.
Right,
But the documentation can be distributed.
yes.
Correct.
Oh, if, for example, I pass this out and someone says, but you didn't answer this question, is that okay?
Yes, so long as you don't have a dialogue among a quorum of you about the answer to that
So that-
question.
But answer if for some reason your question isn't answered or you want something else, that's fine. But just to have one conduit is probably the proper thing to do.
I'm not questioning your desire to be in charge. I'm not questioning that at all.
in being charged.
You can be in charge.
Right.
Yeah, I just don't want to make sure we don't end up with a Brown Act.
No, that's right. Okay, thank you, Michael.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Colantino. Very helpful to us. We will look forward to being in touch with you within the next couple of days and
Okay.
move forward from there.
We're going to see him again, right?
Yes. We would anticipate that you would attend the next meeting, the fourth Thursday of August,
Let me take a quick look at my calendar while we're doing that, just to make sure there's not a concern.
7 PM start time as well.
August
Fourth
24th.
Thursday, that's the 24th.
Correct.
That's not a problem.
Very good. In the meantime, we will do the preemptive work to be prepared for that.
It's 8:24, 7 PM.
Yes.
Part of the moral turpitude discussion.
Oh, we'll go back to that one.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
well,
Thank you.
good night.
Good night.
All right, with this, I have prepared a start to the report. I would like to distribute that and go over it because we've been,
Are we on the next item or is this? the
no,
same
we're still
item?
on this item.
Yeah.
We're still on this item. It's just been a tremendous amount of information. Even as I tried to put this together, it took quite a bit of looking back. So would like to distribute this and go through it and make sure it's a consensus of what we have done thus far. Some of this will have already changed tonight, but I'm okay with that. So if we can take a few minutes and do that.
Have a motion to receive and file? Since it's not,
I haven't received it, so.
I know,
Yeah, we're-
but that's what we need, that's what we need to do.
Yes.
Right? So I'll make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, very good. I have one for the city clerk as well, and I can send it to you electronically, but, because it's part of things now.
Guess you can put it on the screen if you want.
Well, right now I can't do that. 3 for Douglas.
Oh,
So the first few items really come from Mr. Pinsler's report. A review completed of all 120 cities. This is just kind of background information that we want to present as part of this. So it's 120 cities charters, state how the city attorney position was handled when it is appointed. 30 have so-called mini charters. The remaining, and this has been presented prior.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, so I have included that here. And along with that, that's under number 5 is some of the language I was referring to, especially under 5B, where you would find that the common language was that the city council shall have control of all legal business and proceedings and may employ other attorneys to take charge. It's just background information. Number 6, you stated that the number of years of experience required when specified varies from 3 to 7. I don't think we had any indication to drift from the current 5, but it's good to have that in there. And then number 7, recommendation discussed to update the current proposed language with revision is found in alignment with other city charters. And that is then, this is the prior language that Mr. Pinsler had submitted. And
You're going to change that.
and that's what, after tonight, now we need to update. And the only thing I had done in that was towards the bottom, you will see where I'd inserted the city council at the request of the city attorney or with notification to the city attorney may employ other attorneys. And what we had discussed tonight is we would just simply strike that in between the commas, and it would read, the city council may employ other attorneys.
You've left out Article 10, though, which strikes out the city attorney as an elected official.
Yeah, because I wasn't proposing to change that.
I thought the whole point
Oh, no,
was to make it appointed, so. we were-
That's
It's already been established that we would change that.
Okay.
This was simply to update, put the proposal in that we would add that language, but since the discussion tonight, our decision was to simply strike that entire thing, basically strike at request of the city attorney and not add the further language in bold that I had proposed there.
Came to a conclusion? Did I miss that vote?
A long time ago, we said we're going to pass something along to the city council.
Oh, that's not what I meant.
For this item.
Tonight.
But that's what we're doing right now.
Oh, okay.
And we
That's what
haven't,
we're doing right now. I got it.
no, we have not voted on
Okay, all
that,
right.
item by
So,
item.
I was wondering.
This is just,
I sometimes doze off, you know. I'm getting older now.
I thought we had agreed that we were going to pass this along to the city council with the, as a sort of a generic thing, and then we're going to discuss the details to be able to put with it at one time. A long time ago, I think we actually.
I'm not against that thought. I just don't remember that specific action. I'm not against that. I think we should be sending to the city council something that's a little more pure.
Oh, I agree with
Something
that.
I don't think we should send piecemeal stuff to them.
No, completely,
I
completely agree.
I know I wouldn't want, if I was receiving, I wouldn't want to say, well, where's chapter 2?
okay.
Or chapter 3 or chapter 4.
Talking about what we're going to be sending to city council, have we done any sort of a detailed cost analysis of these various models and compared them? I noticed the comment in the back that the Long Beach model is assumed to be quite a bit more expensive. If I'm a city councilman sitting here waiting for this report, I think I would like to have some idea of the best guess as to what the cost of any alternative means, any alternative approach would have compared to what we're doing now.
We began to do one when Gene was on the committee.
He's on the budget.
Yeah, this did come up.
Yeah.
Because I specifically brought this up. So,
Without a cost benefit analysis, you don't really have a basis for making, a city councilman doesn't have any basis for making a decision. Either we're not going to change unless we find something that's cheaper or better, or cheaper and better. And unless we can put a dollar figure on that, I don't see that we have any basis to make a decision.
We had supplied some financial information on this item. I didn't repeat the entire first report.
actually, I think we kind of glossed over it. It was brought up, and Mr. Webb sat here and he explained some things, and then we just moved on.
If you would
So
allow
I
me to
don't, I don't
finish.
remember it the same way, but if you do, I'll,
No,
again.
there was an apples and oranges problem.
For 2 or 3 meetings, so it could well have happened, but I haven't seen it. And so I'm in the position now of a voter voting on this,
Right.
or a city councilman getting a report. I don't have the foggiest idea of what the differences in cost and benefits are going to be.
Shame on you for not going back and watching all the old meetings.
Gene Solomon was the one who started that when he was on the committee before he got elected. And I don't know whether it's stopped there, but there was a question about apples and oranges comparisons, if you remember correctly.
Yes.
And that stopped when Gene got elected and left. So we can resurrect that. We should resurrect that because it is a pertinent question.
The
Couldn't agree more.
issue will be, how do we possibly come up with something that won't be targeted and lambasted? And, you know, 'cause already what Mr. Solomon had put together was a proposed by the city attorney.
Right.
And how do we possibly come up?
I don't think that it has to have such a fine point on that you get down in the dollars and cents range and focusing on the cents. You have to have, this model will probably cost more or less. This model will cost more or less. I mean,
We weren't
I
finding-
don't think you can, I don't think you have to say specifically, because I don't think there's something out you can draw from that says, this is what it's gonna cost if you do it this way, and this is what it's gonna cost if you do it this way.
I'd add to your question, something that's a reality. If you don't make some attempt at doing that, what do you have?
Right.
What can you make? You can't make a decision. You cannot make a decision. You cannot make a decision unless you have some estimate of cost.
I absolutely agree with you.
And I think you need to go back and watch those meetings. There was some spirited conversation.
We didn't find
But see,
agreement
we're
to the
kinda-
millions. And I don't think we will.
Yeah, I mean, at the one hand, you've got a dollar amount of what we spent in the past.
But we couldn't agree upon that.
Well, we couldn't get a straight answer.
Yeah.
It was,
Well,
because it was difficult to parse out
Things are,
because
yes.
The problem is that the legal landscape from one year to the next and what legal issues were prominent from one year to the next and how much you were spending on outside attorneys, et cetera, there's quite a variation there. Certainly, we know what the elected position costs. And so now you're sitting there and saying, okay, so we're going to contract out an individual to perform those same, well, so that gets back to the duties question. Yeah, are we contracting out a person to perform the same duties? Or are we expecting something different? If it's the same duties, in short, a city attorney who's, I'm going to say, is more of an administrator than actual in the court pleading cases, maybe you could get some kind of an estimate cost for that. If you're going to sit there and say, well, we expect more to be done, we expect our city attorney to actually physically represent the city in court, different animal. And so, yeah, I mean, that really becomes hard to compare some kind of numbers. I do agree, it gets back to this idea of what our objective is. Is our objective to save money? Is our objective to operate more efficiently or better in tune with what the legal issues are of today? What problem are we trying to
I would go
solve?
back to your very first. I would first go back to your very first statement that we know what the current city attorney costs. We found that we really don't. Because
As an
that
office
includes,
or an individual?
Well, again, that's why I said we can't get down in a sense.
Yeah.
And
we couldn't get down to the millions.
I don't think you can. Because in Matt's view, if your city attorney is in court, he's not managing the office. I mean, so how does that work? I mean, so you got to hire somebody else to manage the office, unless, of course, you say, we're just going to live with chaos, So you can't get, I'll say, exact numbers on cost.
How exact do you think we could get? We have to answer that.
I think that you can say more or less.
I think you
I don't
can
think you
isolate
can.
the, I think you
No,
can isolate the
yeah,
I think it
variables.
would be controversial.
You can isolate the variable costs. 'Cause
Variable cost, yeah.
that you can, I think you can put together and say, these are the variable costs that we think will happen currently, and this is what variable costs we think could happen under a scenario. And I think that at least will give you some sort of apples to apples.
Anything we do will be a hypothetical and subject to bias.
But so is the whole idea of switching from a elected to an appointed. I mean, that's a hypothetical that you're trying to,
It's a policy decision. Yes.
judgment decision.
Can
It is a policy.
can we bring
Yeah.
in one person who
Oh,
actually
of course.
studied
Research this.
And is still researching it.
Mr. Solomon,
You were sitting
City
at home
Treasurer
listening to
Solomon?
this, right?
Yes, I ran right down here.
Former committee member Solomon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach City Treasurer. The numbers that we collated previously were other cities' budgets for city attorneys, was the comparison that we attempted to draw. That City X, let's use Carson as an example, had a population of X, a budget of Y, and this number of attorneys, the type of attorney, and how much their budget was for the city attorney's office. I think more specific to Mr. Woodham's question, if I could make the suggestion, is the idea that beyond the cost of litigations, or beyond the cost of, say, an appointed attorney and then a prosecuting attorney, what would the fully loaded salaries be for if we bifurcated the role? Is that the cost we're seeking? Is the cost we're seeking for the fully loaded salary of, let's say, a prosecutor, the fully loaded cost of an appointed firm for the civil side? I think that you would want to perhaps break it down a little bit further than the information that I collated was simply looking at similarly sized budgets and offices in the area.
Was the information that you presented challenged in any way?
Yes, Mr. Webb disagreed, felt like the comparison was not apt.
Well, one of the tricky things would be the city of Redondo Beach has been involved in different litigation and more extensive litigation in the last 4 years, 3 or 4 years, than many other cities this size. So you have to adjust for that. The ideal way would be to, if you could do it, the perfect world, you'd take what we did for the last 12 months and say, what would this have cost if you'd had an appointed city attorney or you had to hire an outside legal firm? Because you've got to assume we're doing the same work with the same issues and we're paying for those just in a different format. And I don't know how you do that.
It's further complicated by, let's take the civil side for an example. When you look at an appointed firm, you pay or you contract for, based on your earlier discussion, however you describe that, say a blended rate. So a senior partner, an associate, and a paralegal, they may have a number of hours, and Mr. Morocco could probably speak to this a lot better than I could. I know you could. Perhaps we would have an agreement where the rate for all would be blended as to $400. But as it is now, where it's an ad hoc hiring, we bring in a firm to work on one particular issue. That senior partner rate might be X and much higher than a blended rate if you had a contracted attorney. So it is a difficult question to go ahead and drill down on that deeply when you consider the variations of what a contract might look like on the civil side, as an example, for an appointed counsel.
But a contract is only a fixed cost and doesn't necessarily take into account outcomes.
Correct.
Okay, so, and I think when you start doing a comparison for a year, 5 years, 12 years, whatever number you want, you have to look at outcomes. So that, at the end of the day, that's really what the cost is.
And you
How would we possibly do that?
I don't know that you can.
I don't think you can.
I don't know.
Because you don't know what you could have
Because
negotiated.
unless you have a crystal ball, and mine's broken. So I don't think you can.
I agree completely with Mr. Woodham's position that this is important and would be great if we could do it effectively.
Well, I think you're looking at it from a micro view and not a macro view.
I'm looking at it
I
from
think
a-
you need to look at it from, will it likely cost more to do one way or the other?
As I watch.
For instance, when we're talking about contracting with firms, all these cities that you surveyed, did you look at what the total number of litigation was and what the outcomes of that litigation was and how that litigation was, I'll just say, paid for?
It was no, it was.
Well, my point is, that is the cost of running a legal firm. That's the true cost.
Well, I think Mr. Solomon may actually, in his own profession, insurance, be able to come up with
I
some
got that
sort of.
part.
Because there's gonna be an insurance cost to the city. Currently, there's an insurance cost, and you probably can get somebody to say, under an appointed position, this is gonna be what it'll cost to do insurance, and that should give you some comparison, at least from whether one is perceived by the insurers as being more expensive than the other. That's one way of isolating.
If I could, one of the things that was, I think, good about the comparison that Gene was making was that if you look over time, you assume that an anomaly of a year can be gotten rid of by going through multiple years and seeing what has happened to a budget in a city relative to the size of the city. You expect that the issues are going to it may not hit in a specific year, but over a period of time, you would be able to compare those things. So there aren't all that many elected city attorneys, so you can get what those budgets were relative to the city size. There's a lot more appointed city attorneys that you can, of cities of our size. And if you see that there is a delta between the cost of one versus the cost of another, over a few years, that could give you that, although not specific, but generalized metric. Correct? Is that what you were looking for?
I looked at the most current budgets. Most cities, when I reviewed their pages in order to collate that information, had, as we do in Redondo, several years of budgets.
Fixed cost.
Well, what those numbers were comprised of, whether it be salaries, it would not typically have settlements. It would be the budgetary cost
But
of
that's not the
that.
cost, that's not the true cost of legal services. The true cost of legal services is at the end of the year, how much do you have left in the budget?
Well, I don't know that in our current budgets, when it's presented, has what settlements, the dollar amount of
Well, it
settlements that
doesn't,
were
because you
paid.
pay them out. I mean,
Yes.
that's, so you
But
have
that's
to
an
look at.
outcome.
I'm sorry?
That's an outcome.
That some of those are
Okay,
insured.
now we're back to the discussion of appointed and elected. So
I did not
that's-
find
that's where
that
the-
data.
Those are the apples and the oranges.
Mr. Solomon, does the city have insurance that sometimes pay for legal
Yes.
costs?
We do. We participate in a pool group. As an example, we have a self-insured retention, depending upon the type of incident, whether it be workers' compensation, whether it be a civil liability. And we have a cap, a maximum amount that we're insured up to. And beyond that, we have self-insurance. We're self-insured.
So do we have the information we would need to determine how much was spent on legal costs?
Settlements are, or should be, a matter of public record unless for some other reason they're found to be confidential. If there's a lawsuit and a settlement, I don't know about the settlements of lawsuits if they can be kept confidential that way.
But not just the settlement itself, but the attorney's cost.
The attorneys, what the attorneys were paid is public information.
The settlement and what the attorneys are paid are two different things.
But
Good, that's what
while,
I'm asking about both.
but while litigation is ongoing, cities are or may be reluctant to disclose what they are paying for litigation, as it may reveal a tactic's the wrong word for it, a strategy.
And ongoing litigation can include years.
Well, yes, but this city in particular has plenty of examples.
But so does every city.
I
So
mean,
does every city.
that are of magnitude of order,
Okay.
where attorneys had to do, you know.
The concept
But
is
they were-
great. My question is, how do we actually do it and who's going to do it?
So I'd argue that I think Bob's model is probably a little bit more applicable, and I'll tell you why I feel that way. There's a number of things about Redondo Beach that are unique. It's our harbor, and our leasing aspect of it creates a whole new layer of legal costs. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, your idea was to look at cities, and we can categorize them by similar size, the ones who have appointed attorneys and the ones who have versus elected, and we're not comparing them against us. we're comparing them against each other. Is that a fair announcement?
That was the concept. The sample size of cities of our size with elected city attorneys is small. The sample size of cities of our size with appointed city attorneys is large. So we could get a better sense of what the cost is of that, the appointed side, that is clearer than in the elected version.
Is it a cost as percentage of total budget? Is it a cost as per resident? Because we're talking about the city of Los Angeles,
No, I'm not talking about Los Angeles.
but most of the cities are much larger
Basically,
cities.
the ones we can compare are Chula Vista, San Rafael, ourselves, as electeds that are around the same size. That's what we're stuck with. We're stuck with the
There's
fact that
not many.
there aren't that many of them, which
there's
is
a lot
a
on the
whole
other
other
side.
story, but that's not what we're talking about. But we can get a good sense of what a city of our size spends at an appointed level for a period of years that we can compare to what we've spent.
Yes.
And I think that we can do that and get this is a very top line. This is not dealing with results, not dealing with, but my guess is that the results that happen evens out over a period of years. That's
So
my guess.
I would compare it, not just, I wouldn't compare it against us. I would compare it against all other cities with elected city attorneys of our size, because,
They're only three.
Yeah,
but that's fine, but
Yeah,
three is
that's
better
fine.
than one.
Three's
And
better than one.
Three's better than one, and one is Redondo Beach, and Redondo Beach has too many unique litigation or legal issues going on that drive up the cost. So I don't
The
think you
pool
have,
on that side will be somewhat fixed.
yes.
Then it becomes the argument, do we compare to comparables on the other side, on the appointed? That
What's
will
this
be
I don't know that
challenged.
there are comparables.
I agree.
But I,
There's a
but I-
trend.
but I do, but
There's
I
a
do
trend.
believe that you can make a reasonable judgment on what the cost would be.
And I think what we're trying
And
to,
it's not by comparison.
I think what we're trying to get
Then
to
how,
is.
then how do you do it then?
Predictive
Well-
analytics.
AI.
Predictive analytics is the whole area of statistics that people have.
Yeah, we'll put that in a footnote.
You have a range of costs that are going to be spent by each city, right? It gives you a range of a high and a low where it could possibly be. It gives you an idea where you might be in the future.
We're too far down in the weeds here, and, we need to come up out of the weeds a little bit.
I think
that's what I'm
Redondo,
doing.
To answer his question is, what is this gonna cost? And the real question, I think the only answer is more or less.
But Jerry's question is the obvious question somebody on the council is going to ask. Is there a cost comparison to this?
And that will
best-
become the point.
And that
The
would be,
best we can do,
but that's a false leader.
it may very well be, but that doesn't mean it's not going to be asked.
Okay, you can ask anything you want.
As soon as we do that, it
Al,
will
open the door.
become the only point that is,
but I think you can get to the fixed cost as a constant. Your litigation and the cost of the litigation is going to vary. We're going into a highly litigious period for our city, so that number is going to be higher.
When have we not
Yeah,
been?
when have we not?
and this would have to include the prosecution side. Can we bifurcate those numbers?
The budgets that I reviewed for those that had didn't identify a separate prosecution side.
And the prosecution side's mostly fixed. I mean, your deposition costs maybe or something, or jury
But then
costs.
it comes into the issue where
But that's going to be the same whether you have an appointed or an elected. Because we're still going to have
not
a city
according to the city
prosecutor.
attorney.
We're still going to have a city prosecutor. So that should be
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
constant.
We decided that already?
We haven't.
My understanding of the numbers that we thought. The city prosecutor kind of is there's no real variables there. And that's going to be under the appointed process, should be the same as what we have now.
The rolling prosecution has not come out.
Didn't expect it had.
Okay.
My question was, have we decided that yet?
We have not.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll have to wake up once in a while. Pay attention.
It is worth the effort to try to get a base level to see if there is a reasonable delta between those two constructs, elected versus appointed. Now, it may very well turn out that there isn't. And then it becomes an issue of the job specification. If there is a larger cost differential, that's an added bonus or negative, depending upon which side you're on. So I think we need to, because the question's going to be asked. We might as well try to figure out if we can answer it.
I think we've tried to answer it.
Well, we didn't go to the level where we could say at a city council meeting, this is the difference.
You started this.
Well, you want to take it up? Because
Did you take the cost
We're
of the
just gonna
city
dominate
attorney
this.
that you can at least isolate in the budget and divide it by a blended rate and come up with this is how many hours our current city
It's all hypothetical
attorney?
though.
Yeah, everything's gonna be hypothetical.
That's my point. You're down in the weeds. I mean,
But could you come out with an hourly, how many hours you get
Well-
for our city attorney ultimately?
There's really good detail in our budgets for the city attorney's office. For the operational side of the city attorney's office. To Mr. Dwidziak's point, what's not easily identifiable is the cost of litigation.
outcomes.
And is our
Not
per-
necessarily the outcomes, but the actual dollars that are being paid out. Absent going through and doing
Well-
an analysis of every check that's been dispersed for every hour that's been billed, that's not identified within the city attorney's budget.
So our anomalies are like, the harbor, what was the cow, whatever, what was the name of the cow? People wanted to build the mall. What was?
Center Cal.
So the
Center Cal
settlement with
and the
Center Cal.
AES. So we could use both of those as examples of,
Shoemaker.
I'm sorry?
Steve Shoemaker.
Yeah.
Sorry?
The settlement with Steve Shoemaker.
Okay,
Well, that
my
was
point is,
that was a little bit different than a settlement. So
how much did those projects cost? And you could use that as a.
That was 9 million.
when I
And then
presented,
when finance
my-
became 15.5 million.
when the number was collated,
You just asked how much it was.
I actually knew the answer.
So
Okay.
how do we allocate that?
when the number was collated for the figures that were included in the report for this committee, it was based upon the budgeted 20, at the time, the 22 to 23 budget for the city attorney's office as published within the final adopted budget. And then information from the city manager's office as to an estimated cost of outside litigation. Not outside settlements, outside litigation.
Where does our PERS cost
They
come?
don't, they're not joined at the hip, meaning the litigation and the costs?
No, you may have the cost of the attorneys associated with litigation be X and the settlement be Y.
Yeah,
settlement might
but
come from the-
I'm talking historically. We're looking at historical data. We can't look into the future and say, this is what's going to happen.
Depends on what fund it comes from. So is it paid out of the self-insurance fund? Is it paid through some other means?
If we look
Is that
at
the question? Maybe I'm
No,
misunderstanding the
I
question.
understand the self-insurance and the reinsurance because it's just protection.
If we look at the cost of within our budget, that's the information that's available, does it delineate personnel?
Personnel within the city, with any department's budget, personnel is a line item, yes.
But
Is
not
PERS
contracted.
included in that number, in that line item? Or is PERS somewhere else separate?
PERS costs are included in that line item,
They are in that
yes.
individual? Okay.
So from that perspective, if you were to consider what a fully loaded prosecutor would be, well, how do you come up with that number? Because it would be different than an attorney as you have it now that's operating, a city attorney that's operating in both roles. So the city attorney's salary right now is based upon, fully loaded, it's based upon the completion of both roles. So how would you, in an analysis,
Account for that.
account for the difference in a bifurcated role? What would it be? It's set by ordinance. The salary for the city attorney, myself, the city clerk, are set by ordinance.
Yeah, so that's one piece of the puzzle.
Yes.
The question becomes establishing which pieces of the puzzle do we want to compare that we even possibly could get data for? And then how do we create a story that's...
You could analyze the salaries of city attorneys
But the
in
Senate,
other
the Senate Cal
locations.
project and the AES project, they were handled by outside firms,
Yes.
okay? We got our model.
Now, in order to do comparisons that were mentioned before about harbor and things like that, San Rafael, which is an elected city attorney, has a harbor. It's not exactly the same as ours. They are also in the coastal zone, which adds certain costs. That are Chula Vista, which the other one does not. Now, you could compare to Oceanside, for example, which has a harbor. You can compare to Del Mar, which has a harbor. There are a number of cities that you could try to select out that have similar infrastructure that we have, to compare those. Because if they are anomalous costs, when you deal with coastal commission, when you deal with harbors, if you could get rid of those questions, those comparisons may be better than looking generically at appointeds versus electeds.
That's what we're deciding.
Yeah, we have to drill down beyond the could and if
Yeah.
part, though. It's got to become a decided, what will the comparison be? And
See what you started, Jerry?
Yeah, no, the concept, I agree with completely.
Good for you.
The achievement of that concept is not even a yellow brick road.
I don't think that it's all that hard. Like I said, we're just down, we want to count the change, and we need to get higher than that.
Mr. Solomon, as a former committee member, did you feel that you were making that argument in what you presented at the November, that became part of the November report?
The data point of population was not the only data point. The data point of similar sized cities, similar sized budgets, similar issues was considered in collating the information.
Prosecution and civil
Yes.
level of prosecution accounted for? Because Mr. Webb has made the arguments that our level of prosecution is extremely higher than other cities. The cases filed.
It's because we do them as opposed, and there are only 12 that do it. And 6 of them are charters and 6 of them aren't. I mean, so the fact that we have a prosecution cost, in fact, there was an attempt to make it a profit center by selling that service to Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach.
That's a separate
Then that
argument,
mean
whether or
all
not it was gonna be
DAs said no.
profitable.
Yeah, but even so, I think there are so many anomalies that that the comparisons are going to be difficult.
They are going to be so subject to challenge. That's what they will become, is an item of challenge.
But it's getting back to Jerry's first point, is that someone is going to ask the question. And if we can do the best we can with this, I think we ought to try.
How did you deal with it in the 1999 vote?
I'm sorry?
How did you deal with this issue in the 1999 vote where you had it as an advisory?
It
I don't think it came up.
didn't even come up.
You see, Jerry?
Let me ask a hypothetical. If it were a financial advantage to have an elected city attorney, would you expect that 110 some cities would be looking to do it?
You know,
I think
you and Bob eat dinner before you come here. Because you sing the same song all the time. Be like somebody else.
Not be like somebody else.
Yeah, you know, I'm not going there, not buying that.
No,
if you
You
have
gotta get off
an
that, get off of
appointed
that one.
I don't have to.
position,
Yeah, you
you're
do.
not going to give up the power to have it elected. You have to do like San Diego where you have the citizens rising up. So it may be a non-starter argument.
Okay, so back to you, Jerry. How would you propose
Yeah.
that this actually happen? Not,
Kinda glad
the
you said
concept
that.
is great. No one disagrees with the concept. It's I'm going to use that word modality again. There are so many different permeations to this that are going to just be brought up immediately. I mean, even the basic one that you did was immediately challenged.
I think we need to try it, even though.
Which is the
we may have to
basis
say
of
we can't
discussion,
make
by the way,
comparison.
challenging.
Okay, who's the "we"?
I mean, I've taken on a whole bunch of these things. I'll do it, but it's,
What are you taking on now?
the cost comparison issue.
But what are you gonna compare? There are no comparisons, comparables in my
It
mind.
is hard to
This is not
compare.
real estate sales.
It's hard to
Does the
compare.
League of California Cities have the ability to do that
Nope.
analysis?
No.
Nor would they want to.
Oh, yeah, nor would they want. Yeah, that's a better, first.
We agree on something, Joe.
They don't want to first.
And even last meeting, I mean, you and Webb went back and forth, and your argument was that to add an elected city prosecutor was going to be exponentially more expensive. That was not agreed. It's,
You mean in the charter?
Yeah.
As a separate office?
Separate office.
Agreed
not
with,
that, just as an example of how the disagreements come up about cost.
well, you have your opinion, I have mine.
No, I don't disagree with your opinion.
Okay.
I think it would be exponentially more costly, but I don't have data.
I think the operative phrase here is, it ain't broke, you don't really need to think.
Oh, you got to get off of that
Well,
because it is broke.
what's part of it's broke and how? Define broke.
Wait a second.
Oh,
I think we're going to be here another.
Open the door.
We've
You
got
open the
3 other
door.
items to get to here.
You open the door.
Or maybe the proposal then should be table this discussion, so Jerry and Eugene and whoever else wants to can come back with what they think is.
I don't think Eugene needs to be part of this. He's not the committee
I was
anymore.
gonna
No, I
say,
know, but he's the one who has the financial knowledge
well,
of
he'll
it.
share. He'll share.
We'll use him as a consultant.
Yeah, we use him as a consultant.
I'd be happy to provide the information that I collated. It was read into the record, and I will provide that information to whomever on the committee wishes to have that data.
And we have that in the November 2022 report.
Yes.
Yeah. I know.
Okay.
So, but okay,
This is
what,
why most of the people in the public don't speak up or volunteer, just so you understand. This is a prime example.
But I think if you had an opportunity to think about it and reflect on it, you probably could come back with something that's useful.
each of us would come up with something different.
Okay, again, we're too far down in the weeds.
Somebody's got to be.
Yeah, but I prefer it wasn't us, okay? It'd be just a preference on my part.
This is why you need 15 units of accounting with the city clerk.
Yeah, right.
I'm pushing for them to be CPAs.
Okay, are we at a,
Let me talk with Eugene and Bob and see what we can come up with that would be an example that obviously is going to be shot at, but I still think it's better than nothing.
At least we've got to try to see if if it can't be done, we have to say it can't be done. I think.
we've already tried, and now we're saying we need
Who's
to.
gonna say it can't be done?
I think.
No, now we're saying we need to try something different. And if we
think
try
what-
again, would it be, no, we need to try something different?
I think what Gene did was unique points in time. I'm talking about a longer stretch to look at, to see if we could even out some of the anomalies that might exist over, if you do it over a period of time, that helps to do that. We'll see.
And if your goal is to have an answer for the city council, at least you will have a basis to come to the council and say, this is what we tried, and this is what we came up with.
I agree. yes.
And then at least you'll have that answer, you'll have that thing covered. Maybe, criticized later, but you at least explain how we came up with that.
Somebody will always have
And you can always have Mark
Comment.
talk about that, since he's the vice chair.
don't take it personal.
Okay. So, the motion to continue?
Sure. Well, let's finish going through this first if we can, because I still have to, this report still needs to be put together. So we have items 8 and 9, items 7 and 8 are subject to revision based upon tonight's discussions. That's fine.
Oh, you have it March 5th, 2024 here.
As a possible.
Yes. That was,
That's a question that Michael's going to.
well, this is actually different then. This is, number 8 says leave for now the elected city attorney and change only that language about the city council at the request of the city attorney. Striking, and now would be striking that language because we had decided earlier that that's even more appropriate for an elected.
Yeah.
And that could be placed on the march without question.
Sure, because it doesn't affect anybody.
Right.
Okay, so and I agree that just simply striking it is a cleaner way to do it. So I will make that change in there. But yeah, that's why I made that point there, that that one is absolutely could go on the march. And then the comments on number 9, outside counsel provided initial ballot statement language, proposal resolution. We talked about that this evening. I stated at this, when I wrote this, we hadn't had that yet, but I knew it was coming. We had, it had been presented, but we hadn't discussed it yet. So it's premature to add it here. I was commented on because of the way they presented the ballot. Just a summary that we did have at the last meeting.
I don't remember having the discussion on Long Beach.
We did.
We did, a couple times.
All right.
But even going back to number 9, we had reiterated number 9 this evening that the ballot statement that was presented for Mr. Colantuno appeared to be biased and more of a political statement. And we've clarified that this evening.
The word eliminated.
So that comment is still true. We've just moved forward with how to resolve that.
On number 10, I thought that the city attorney was supposed to still come to us with specific stuff. And I didn't get anything, so I don't know if he did or not.
And this doesn't preclude that. This is simply what has been found so far.
But like such amendment not likely to succeed in Redondo Beach, I don't remember us coming to that
We didn't discuss
conclusion. And this, as I recall, this Long Beach model came from one of the council people.
It did.
So I just don't remember this discussion.
Discussions noted for item 10 or in general?
For 10.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't discuss that. It wouldn't succeed. I don't recall.
We have. And this is where, for example, yeah, some of this is data that I have added for presentation this evening, such as the fact that Long Beach is a $3.2 billion annual budget. That's one that I am simply presenting here. Now, it has been part of our discussion. So somewhat and the fact that it's a population of 450,000, that one came up before. I'm just clarifying it here. I thought we had the indication that such amendment was not likely to succeed in Redondo Beach. We can strike that if we want to.
Maybe there's a comment made, but I don't recall a long discussion on that.
No, none of these were long discussion. These are just points that have been brought up. And along with that, no evidence that such model was superior. This is, again, to the Long Beach model, just summarize where we're at. No other cities in California known to be pursuing this model. And we had talked about the potential for internal conflict. That did come up.
When are we getting our May and June minutes? Okay.
Was there anything in here that you would want to strike?
I just don't remember the conversation on some of these things, so if you're trying to get a vote tonight to move it on, then I probably am not in a position, because I just don't recall this part. But since it sounds like we're just setting this up for our next meeting, so we have a discussion point and can approve it, then I'm fine with moving it to the next meeting. The whole, because you're going to change 8 and 9 anyway, so.
Correct.
Was this intended to be a report to the council?
I had proposed that we should do an earlier report, because if we wait until, we have a deadline now that I've asked to be imposed of November. What we saw last time, we went from what April is when we started, May, April? When we first, I think it was April when we first started.
Of 2022.
22, correct. And then it was November when we gave the first report. And so now.
Which got the things on the ballot for.
Correct.
This time.
Correct. And originally, the resolution was written such that we would give reports every 2 months. That got taken away. But it just feels like waiting a year in between a report to council, because of the feedback we got from council last time, really completely changed our direction on a couple of key things, which was the school board and the city attorney. So I was thinking that we should give a preliminary of just where we're at, not a final,
I concur.
but that it would let them know and give them the chance to, wait a minute.
Feedback.
Yeah, give that feedback so that we're not spinning our,
Pushback.
we'll go spin our wheels for the next 3 months and then report it, and then we'll get the pushback. I'd rather get it earlier.
Can't
Are
always
you
get
going
what
to
you
do
want.
this as a public comment, or are you going to do this as wanting it as a separate agenda item?
It would be better just to do it as a separate agenda item for them and have.
So your communication with the city manager,
I was gonna
see the
say.
dates that you.
No, I haven't been yet. I was bringing this tonight to talk about that. And with those considerations that especially at the last time, we got new direction that changed considerably things.
But I don't think you should present this until we've gotten clarification on the things that Michael's going to respond to.
And I'm okay with that, yeah. And I knew that, but I put together, just because of the sheer volume of going through this and going back and watching meetings to get the things I tried to remember and clarification, because I don't want to put something that isn't correct. And like I said, some of this I have added in that it would be brought tonight, such as just the fact that it's a $3.2 billion budget. It kind of flowed from,
Yeah, but you have, we have the breakdown, I don't remember us having a breakdown on the cost of those offices. And I remember how Ron remembers.
That's the city
Somebody was
budget.
going to tell us. I'm sorry?
no, this is just simply the city budget overall.
No, I'm talking about, I think we asked Mr. Webb for a little more specific numbers.
I think we did.
For instance,
believe we did.
the cost of running the city prosecutor's office, and he was going to see if he could get his.
I remember that, and going back and watching the meeting, he agreed to do that.
Right, yeah.
We
So
don't have that.
This summary raises more questions in my mind about that model than it answers. And so, because, it's like, such an amendment is not likely to succeed in Redondo Beach, I don't know. And the no other cities in California, that's the only city that has an elected prosecutor?
Yeah, we have resolved that.
But the word pursuing is kind of
I'm sorry?
bad word, so you find another word for it.
Okay, what's another word you would like?
Well, pursuing sounds like they're chasing after it. It's not.
Looking at?
Using or utilizing it, that kind of says.
Oh, yeah, no, this was meant to consider that we have no knowledge of anybody else wanting to do a model like that.
Well, we don't know
We
that.
don't have knowledge of anybody else actually having that model, so.
There's only one city that has the model of the two electeds. And the only way we would know that they don't have it is that they don't put it on the ballot.
Right, exactly.
So we can't assume.
Well, and they also may be prohibited by the local DAs.
To put it elected, no. The electeds,
I think you have to be a charter city to do that.
well, yeah, but that's what-
So that-
but like, there are 120 of them, they could do it.
Okay.
But in most counties, LA is the only anomaly, because most of the others, the DAs are working with the cities.
Imagine that.
The charter cities, and LA is just not, it hasn't been that way for years.
So is anybody else looking at doing this?
I don't know, but I would actually, because this came from a city councilman
Yeah.
who actually has some specific knowledge about this, you may want to just talk to before the next meeting and propose it again, seeing if you can get some of the issues that he wants aired out. So you're able to answer them to the whole council as a whole, rather than standing there and having a councilman saying, you know, you don't know what you're talking about or something like that. So I think it's better to bring that councilman on board just to say, this is where we're leaning towards, but this is there's something we're missing that you wanted us to consider.
We have given you the authority to speak with the council members as the chair to present what it is that we've come up with. That also, I assume, implies that you can talk to the council and council member and find out what they want.
Yeah, and I wouldn't think I couldn't. It was just to do some independent.
It's one more thing to do. It's one more thing.
One more thing to do.
Well, no,
One more
it's not
thing.
that. I just look for,
Yes.
rather than being directed by a single council member but I completely understand getting their, what were they thinking, but the overall direction was just consider the Long Beach model. That was it.
Okay, well, if that's all it was, but he's been both a prosecutor and a civil attorney, so I would assume he saw something that he wanted us specifically to consider, and I don't see any harm in saying, this is where we've considered and this is what we're factoring it into. Is there something else that you want us to consider as part of that?
Mm-hmm.
And then if he says no, then we're fine. If he says, well, what about this, whatever, or this?
Yeah, and this was, I mean, just a single line, numbered point with some
Right.
additional points to it. Just, this is where we were, as of this evening, this is where we're at with it. It doesn't mean we're complete with it.
No. But
The other thing,
I'm
when will we
concerned,
be complete with it?
my concern is that you're going to get questions thrown at you regardless. This is an easy one to just settle it out so you don't have to be distracted from the other parts of your mission to talk to the council.
Okay, and I agree with that. That's fine. This was just simply, and this is part of the reason I'm doing this, am I doing a fair representation of where we're at as of this evening? Because that's what I wanted to get caught up with, because otherwise, if I wait until November, things just get even more conflicted and memories change and I have to go back and watch more videos.
I really do think we ought to wait and to fill out those responses that Michael's going to give. And
Agreed. This was just simply where
but the Long Beach model is one person's interests. So you might want to find out what's behind the eyes there.
And I really appreciate that you're giving us now to look at, because that gives, I started off saying it's nice to be able to see things where I can leisurely review them when I don't have work pressure.
And that's what this is about, because this is a
appreciate
report
that.
I put together, but it's on behalf of the committee. So this is what I'm putting down, tried to make it current as of tonight, but I just didn't know what Colantuno would be presenting. So agreed, we update it with that information when we get it.
Okay.
But that's,
And in a larger font.
And
then I had to print, this is all printed at home. I had to print,
and space.
I had to print more papers.
Put it on the agenda, and that'd be, not your paper.
I return to my my motion to carry this to the next meeting.
Understood. I just wanted to get this in as part of our discussion first, because I wanted to start on that report, not wait until the last minute to do it. And I do think it's very prudent that we put it together earlier.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion second to continue, and we've received and filed this with the agreement that I will update it, and I will also reach out to Councilmember Barrett to get his take on what he was perhaps more specifically looking for. Okay, so there's a motion second for that.
Comment?
Oh, yeah, public comment, thank you.
No public comment. I mentioned that earlier. We already,
Anybody watching?
for the record, none.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes. Thank you.
Where was Councilman Barrett a prosecutor? Don't say Long Beach.
It may have been an internship. I don't remember his bio fully. But he is qualified to do both positions if he ever decided to run for that.
Is that his interest?
That's his decision to tell you. I don't know.
When you say qualified, what are the qualifications?
He's done both civil and criminal. Because I think somebody made a comment, there's not that many people out there that do it. And you have somebody that's sitting on your council who is.
Okay, at 10 o'clock, we wrap up city attorney, I1.
What? It's only been 3 hours.
I too.
I don't work tomorrow, so it's fine.
I2, discussion and possible action regarding Article 11, Section 11, city clerk, and Article 20, Section 20.1, approval of demands. Mr. Pinsler.
Okay, as you probably saw in the report that I delivered, we are the unicorn's unicorn in this one. In fact, there is not a single city in the state, and I did check at some cities outside of the state, that is at all involved where the city clerk has anything to do with accounting or finance or anything like that. So we are absolutely unique in this area. And the issue for me with this is that of the 486 cities, 485 are not in financial problems because the city clerk doesn't oversee. Now, I do understand that there are situations that we presently have where a city clerk, and again, this is nothing personal. This has nothing to do with the person. This has to do with the position. Where the conflict of this might create a logjam for the financial operation of a city. Cities have changed in terms of particularly in the finance area. And what I'm trying to do with this is to try to look into the future to see what it is that city clerks should be doing, what the city clerk role is. 485 cities in the state of California think it should be one way. One city thinks it should be something different. Why? And what is it that we know that nobody else knows?
You could ask that question the other way around.
It could very well be. What do they know that we don't know? That's exactly right. But
I think that's more of your question.
yeah, I mean, it somewhat is, but there's only one situation, as I mentioned in my report, where there's even anything associated with money, associated with city clerks, and that is, it's a historical thing. Before Prop 13, cities set their own taxes. And that required certain assessor action that occurred. So city clerks, mostly on an ex officio basis, were considered assessors. Now, the city clerk is is odd in other ways because it's one of the only position that general law cities elect city clerks. In fact, only 13 of the 120 charter cities elect city clerks, but almost 200 general law cities elect city clerks. And they're covered under state law. And again, that's a very specified, very similar to what the other charter cities offer as a rationale for what the city clerk ought to do. Now, there are a number of cities, really small cities, where the city clerk is actually the secretary to the city manager. But those are really small cities where it's not comparable to what we do. The issue here is if we wanted to have some interaction between the city clerk and the city manager regarding some financial issues, maybe that could be worked out. But the issue of requiring the 15 units of accounting and all the other stuff that goes along with it seems to be well outdated, well beyond what is really necessary for the operation of a city, of a city clerk. City clerks have become more and more, they're managers of data, and it's become more technologized than it has in the past.
I want to, is that a new word?
Scrabble should be.
Yeah, no, technologized is
Okay,
there.
I
So
like it, and it's.
so to me, that is what we should be looking for in city clerks, not necessarily whether they have had accounting. Also, the change in the way that financial management occurs in the city, with the establishment of more and more finance directors. And the ultimate arbiter with whatever goes on inside of the city is the city council. Should there be somebody looking at the bills that come in to see that they're accurate? There are lots of ways to look at the way should it be what the city clerk does? I think we've gotten beyond that, and that's what this is about.
Who should do it then?
I think the finance director or the infrastructure of financial management inside of the city. And it's not the city treasurer. The city treasurer has different responsibilities.
I got that part.
The establishment of the finance director and the budget management departments.
And who are those people answerable to?
Well, they're answerable to the city manager, who's answerable to the city council.
I see.
That's
So they have a vested interest in dealing with the definition of their integrity and accuracy.
They have, yes, they do,
Okay.
because they are also removable if they do it wrong.
And then what, well, yes and no, we have civil service. Okay. So what do you think the elected city clerk should be doing?
I list that
Yeah,
in,
if I can, I have the same thing prepared.
okay.
And that's it's basically, it is taken from your document, and I pared down a
I know we
couple of
disagree
things.
on this, so that's fine.
We disagree.
No,
We're in a triangulation here.
But let me, with a motion to receive and file, I'll distribute this, and it
Motion
summarizes your
To
point.
receive and file.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Very good. Thank you. So this will partly answer your question, and we can refer to this, equally with all of us looking at the same document, because it is taken directly from what Bob has put together. Same size font as everything else.
Size 10, right?
I'm getting older.
No, this is just the actual font itself, that's the problem. It's a smaller font. This is probably 12. It could be 11.
This is Curry, this is
It's 11.
Ariel.
Yeah, Arial 11. Yeah, but that's the standard on
Calibri 11, I think is what this is, but either way, maybe it's Arial.
The girl with the
Okay.
Mac or PC. That'll tell you. what
I can
size.
change that if you want. So, yeah, you'll see the numbered 1 through 9, I took yours, some of the wording I just changed slightly
Yeah.
to make it more in this format rather than yours. And then what I did is I took the proposed change, I didn't put the other two into this document. I wanted to focus on what's the proposed change. So part of it falls down to within item, is it still 6?
Unicorn of unicorns.
Yep, that's true.
Actually, it's unicorn flatulence. It's not unicorn.
Ask Bob what a
Actually,
ballywick is.
unicorn.
I didn't want to change that because that was a very specific word.
Unicorns, unicorn.
So what did stay in here is on the second page, within 30 calendar days, in conjunction with city manager, approve, accept as to correctness, all bills, invoices. So that we had
discussed
talked
that the
about
last time.
keeping it as a check and balance, but not a a potential blockade.
Blockade, right.
That's what we didn't want. So we kept it, but we've given an out to the blockade, the 30 days.
What's the feather his own nest thing relate to?
And we can change that verbiage if we want to.
No, I just was wondering what, we're at, point number 8. I don't even remember that being in even Bob's papers.
What's that? I'm sorry?
It's using the charter to feather his own nest.
Oh, that's sort of the historical reason why this actually happened. But, and I've been told it over the years. It may be apocryphal, I don't know. But the fact of all of these things being put in the charter regarding having the education elements was placed in to try to keep people, to make it so that nobody else ran for the office.
And I remember that
It
discussion.
doesn't make it any less valid, though.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's, you know, well, let's just say we grant, you know, somebody comes across the border and we say, okay, you're a citizen. And the guy says, okay, I'm assuming it's a guy, says, I want to run for office. And he gets elected because of whatever, all right? Has absolutely no knowledge of how the American government runs or the branches of the government. How effective is that individual?
I would bet that if you actually gave that test to people who were born here, they would fail as well.
I will give you a preview of my report because I would require people who run for public office to prove that they can pass the citizenship test. That would be, if I was king for a day, that's what I would do. But we're going back to the clerk now. I'm saying, you just need, you have to have a basic understanding. If somebody presents you bills or documents or whatever, you have to have a basic understanding of what those documents are. And it doesn't, and look at, council people get elected and they know nothing.
They know nothing.
And it's all OJT.
Right.
And I'm kind of fine with that because most people come in wanting to do good.
Mhm.
All right? So, but, the clerk, the treasurer, the city attorney, they come in and they gotta hit the ground running.
But
So if you don't have basic understanding of accounting, or
the issue of the
what was that word
account,
you used earlier?
technologizing.
Technology. So if they don't have those basic understandings, they can't,
I don't disagree with you.
all the great deputies in the world will know.
I don't disagree with you, but the issue of the accounting is directly related to the budget. Having the budget responsibility, which is in the city clerk's purview.
Again, take the budget and give it to the average citizen and ask them to stay awake for more than 3 pages.
But
what are you gonna get?
Should the budget responsibilities reside with the city clerk? The answer is no.
No, in your mind. The clerk, in my mind, is a representative of the people who is basically an overwatch. But they have to understand what they're doing to be in that overwatch. So would you have any qualifications for the clerk?
Me?
Yeah, in your world, yeah.
In my world, I would.
What would you have?
I know exactly, I know how to.
I know that.
I know the technology. That's
Okay.
number one.
But what kind of technology?
Hell, I built the city's website.
I didn't say you. We're not talking about you. We're talking about the qualifications for the clerk.
But we have no qualification for clerk that requires a knowledge of technology.
No,
Well,
we don't.
he's made them. He
issue-
made them that though.
The issue of the accounting.
I can only deal with what I'm given.
The issue of the accounting deals with preparing and assembling budgets.
Okay.
Does the city clerk do that? Or does the finance director do that?
In our world, the finance director does it.
So then why is it
In the world of public accountability, the clerk would help out.
But that's not what it says. This says prepare and assemble the budget.
Those are semantics. We can change those words.
For you two, let's take a
But that's
5-minute
linked,
recess on yours, and let's hear from some other members, if that's okay.
I'm all in favor of that.
Well, I'll just chime in. I do agree. If you take anything out here, there's got to be some oversight. And it ought to be somebody who's an elected official by the people with regards to paying bills and issuing checks, et cetera, et cetera. And if you take it out here, are you going to put it in someplace else? So that's one thing. And I don't actually believe our treasurer's got any requirements. Provide,
No, that was
In the current
discussed at city
chart-
council.
In the charter, no, not now.
Yeah, that was discussed at city council. Mr. Naremine made the point that if you have you don't even have to have a high school diploma.
yeah.
You just have to be a resident, be 18. You can manage a $130 million budget.
That's great.
Yeah, well, the fact of the matter is, though, the treasurer, ever since changes in state law, because when I was on council, what we ended up doing, because of the changes in the state law and that the buck ended up stopping at the city manager's office, we took, and the treasurer was not responsible, was not reportable, is a better word, to the city manager. And we had a very tight budget. We ended up taking 50% or drastically reducing the city treasurer's budget. We increased the finance director's budget since most of the work was actually going to be done by them. We transferred people, et cetera. That's why Ernie resigned. Ernie resigned because,
His office was decimated.
yes, okay? And then we put the interim, Tom Gann, interim. Steve Deals comes along on a platform of reducing the salary, which of course he did 4 years after the fact because legally he couldn't reduce it when he was first elected or for his 4-year
But
term.
let's stick to city
But
clerk.
yeah, but what's important about it is we did all that because the job didn't belong in any longer in the city treasurer's office. Having said that, I do appreciate the fact that we do have oversight, some elected person from the voters providing oversight, and I would not want to lose that.
We've had a discussion here.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please.
Go ahead.
Is that,
Yeah,
are you still
that's
ready
it.
for now? Mr. Woodham?
It would seem to me that the Director of Finance should have the budgetary responsibilities that we're talking about now go with the city clerk. The city clerk, if you look at the responsibility of the city clerk, that's full-time stuff. That's pretty important. And finance would seem to me not to be appropriate for the city clerk.
So in general, it sounds like you would agree with the changes that are proposed here. That's what, and I want to hear from everybody on an equal basis. Ms. Morocco?
I'm looking at a system that doesn't seem like it's broken. As far as I can tell in the history that I'm familiar with, it hasn't been broken. I don't have a problem with having requirements to, some basic requirements that are not that difficult to achieve for the city clerk. I don't have a problem if we put it in for the city treasurer. You have to have the same requirements. The city treasurer is kind of evolved to more into portfolio management, so it's kind of, I think, important to still put the same requirements on them, the accounting requirements. I don't have a problem with what's going on with the city clerk's office. And again, I don't think if it's not broken, I don't think there's a reason to, really overhaul it this much as you're proposing.
Mr. Narine?
I think we should take off like all the financial responsibilities off this role because it's not her role. It's the other person's role. But also think it's important to have the requirements because they do the role that's a lot of like checks and balances with the system, election systems. So I think that's the accounting classes help them perform better. I think the requirements should stay.
Should be
15, whatever the 15, the requirements should stay. I think the educational ones,
should stay in,
yes.
but the other parts,
I'm fine
the
with that.
roles.
The roles have changed. The role has changed, the financial roles.
Okay. So I will kind of wrap that up and then we can go back to a little more interaction, but I just wanted to hear from everybody first because this one is, a fairly big change. I agree in general that the roles aren't really appropriate for the city clerk's office. I think we do keep the one critical thing, which was the within 30 calendar days, and approve, accept, and as to corrections, the bills, invoices. That is an oversight that I think is important to allow for yet. At one point, we talked about striking that. We came to a balance of, let's leave it in there, but let's not make it a roadblock. And this achieves that. The education part, it has that feel, and we've heard some anecdotal references that it was added at some point as as you said, feathering their nest kind of thing. So, and the fact that we don't find it elsewhere, I'm not saying we need to be like everybody else. However, I would always consider what others do, and is it working for them? Certainly seems to be. So is this working for us at present? Yes. I'm looking towards the future when the current city clerk is done. What will we get the next time, and would we potentially even preclude a very good candidate that didn't necessarily have this? We don't know. It's hypothetical, but I would be of the mindset of take out the educational requirements, take out the other roles, keep in that one critical role that we have clarified here as far as the approve as to correctness, and leave that as a good check and balance, because it is. And you want somebody that has an independent look, but it's not such a hard requirement. It's not a sole responsibility then, and it's not a roadblock. So that's where I would stand with it. Now, Mr. Morocco, you want to?
I'm gonna check out this feathering the own nest statement. It may be a historical reason. I don't think it's what Mr. Pinsler concludes that it was done, but it should be easy to find in the prior history of the city to figure out exactly when it came in and why it came in.
I'm afraid all the people who told me the stories are dead.
I understand, but there would be a charter change to that, so that's one starting spot.
Was there like a side note for this?
No, not really. I mean,
I thought there was a note somewhere for this in a charter, why it was put in.
Well, that was for some other item where there was something handwritten, a word was handwritten in somewhere. And
Wrong item, sorry.
Yeah.
That's a part of the interesting stories.
This one's an interesting one. If you're gonna report it to the council, we might as well see what the contemporary records show on it.
that anecdote is interesting, but not necessarily important. The issue for me is that if you take out those things for which accounting is important, why have an accounting requirement?
Well, that's why you need to go find out why it was put in there in the first place. Because there may have been some other reason that we don't know at this point.
What is it we know that nobody else knows? It just seems really odd for us to be the only city, not only in the state, but in most states, that have this kind of a structure. It's really weird.
And how does it truly help us if we keep it in? Is there a reason to keep it in?
And
does it hurt?
With different personnel, can it harm us?
True, and that was kind of my point earlier. Would this preclude an otherwise good candidate? I don't have 15 credits.
You don't need 15 credits as the sole criteria in here. It's not the only criteria. You have the managerial.
It's a requirement.
If you have government, municipal and government accounting, you can get that experience too. 5 years experience in municipal accounting and responsible position may be substituted for the education requirement. So you have an alternative
I
for
don't think it's
people.
substitutable the way it's written now.
It actually says that, may be substituted for the educational requirements, the last 5 words that you
You're
struck
right,
out.
it's maybe substitute, okay.
So I don't know if it's precluding or not. I know that the election, and again, I don't mean to focus on you, but there were 5-6 people running in that election that you ran,
Correct.
including the incumbent. And so you had 5 or 6 people who met the educational requirements.
We think.
What?
We think.
I think that's one of the jobs of the city
They had to
clerk.
say so,
is
but
to
we
verify.
it was never checked.
That's right. We discussed that.
Yeah, we did.
That was a self-declaration.
Well, shame on us for that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Who's
a
on the
whole
council
different
at that
story. That's, you
The
know,
fact is, it is true that it is not verified.
again, shame on the authorities for that.
Agreed.
Okay, that's not the individual who comes in and says, you know what? I once climbed the mountain. Well, yeah, really, okay? We don't care.
I assume the city clerk still has those verification statements, and we can take a
Yeah, they
look at
sign a
that.
statement saying that they've accomplished.
Yeah, it's verifiable, I mean, ultimately.
So I have a bigger problem with, you know, we had this discussion about the finance director, and that person is not answerable to the public. They're answerable to the city manager, all right? And the city manager is answerable to the city council. But you know what? That's not the people getting oversight.
Can you describe that, go into a little bit more about that detail, about being answerable to the public, because how is the city clerk currently in,
She's elected.
I understand that. What aspects in function is she?
She has this particular city clerk has a vested interest in protecting the public's welfare and its integrity. And that's what she does.
What if the next one?
And what if the next one doesn't, right? Okay? What if the next finance director doesn't? Who is completely hidden in a closet somewhere?
Well, you got a situation where the current city clerk is doing a remarkably good job. That's not the issue. The issue is,
Right.
if Eleanor gets hit by a bus tonight and we're interviewing other folks, it's unusual to find a city clerk who does accounting. And that just doesn't work.
It wouldn't be if it's.
Why doesn't it work? That's the question.
Yeah,
you
why
haven't
doesn't it work?
answered.
That's the part I don't
If
understand.
you're advertising for a city clerk, for a clerk, the responsibilities the clerk typically performs. We go to all the other cities in the state and find the best clerk. None of them have accounting.
We don't know that.
But Eleanor wasn't a clerk before she was a clerk.
Correct.
I mean,
I think if you're
she came
looking,
with credentials.
looking for the best job description going forward, it does not include accounting. Should not include budgetary and accounting work. It shouldn't.
Why wouldn't that work, though?
Well, it could, but it's not, in
Again,
the scheme of a city clerk description, you don't typically find accounting. So you're gonna have to search more for the perfect person to fill that role, because you gotta find a person who has city clerk background and accounting, and there aren't that many of them.
And you know this empirically, or are you guessing?
I'm empirically guessing.
as he said, there were 6 people who ran in her initial election. So I guess there are people who step forward and at least lie about having 15 credits.
Would we like to hear from the city clerk on
I had
this?
the good sense.
Yeah.
Let's,
By the way, did we ever verify your 15 credits?
I was,
We know, or did you?
that was someone else running the election. I wasn't running that election. But,
so
yeah,
you don't know.
so I don't know.
It probably never was verified.
Who would verify?
Well,
it?
it's sort of
The clerk has
hard
to
when I
verify.
was the accounting manager 5 years in finance. So
So
that's
you
sort
meant the
of,
5-year experience,
yeah. Well, I have both.
There you go.
but nobody's ever checked it. Okay.
Eleanor could have
So
been
I'll ask the
city
same-
clerk or
I would like to hear from the city clerk. Give her a chance to.
Well, I mean, last time I was at the last meeting, I proposed a recommendation, working with the city attorney, which is attached there from last meeting. And again, I'm going to still say that, checks and balance. I mean, at least the treasurer does the revenue part, city clerk reviews the expenditures. And what we're looking at, or what this position is looking at, is to make sure that there's the check and balance for the public. Because technically, like even what Member Duijiak mentioned is that, right now we have a finance director that's willing to clean up stuff, but 10 years from now, we might have what we had, 4 finance directors ago. They didn't know what they were doing. And the same thing with the city manager. When I became city clerk, the city manager didn't want me to do anything related to finance. But why? I have the knowledge. Why not have me be part of it? I don't understand that. So that's my take on it, is that I represent the citizens of the city, and I feel there's that check and balance that needs to be done. Staff changes year to year based on budget, and some things fall in the cracks. Who takes care of it? And then the other thing is when people retire. Our retirement, when people retire, takes about 3 to 6 months before someone comes in. That position is left open. So then a lot of things fall in the cracks and nobody takes care of it, and then finally somebody finds it. So those are the kind of things that my concern is that because what I've seen in the last 20 years, 5 years in finance and 16 years as a city clerk. I've seen things where we've paid someone an extra $10,000. I've seen penalties of $6,000 being paid where I said, no, we write to the EDD and say it was a mistake. Those are things that I've found as being city clerk. And there's other things I found being in the finance.
But
right now, we got a finance director who's ready to clean up because there's been policies that have been neglected for 20 years.
I believe
That's what I want to be a part of. I mean, that's what this position should be a part of.
But I believe that's the part that we did keep.
No, you've only, well, based on what I've provided, from last week, I put in some things in there related to what Moss Adams thought would be a great oversight. And that's not on here. So things like the analysis, the expenditure analysis.
What do you mean?
The reviewing journal entries. Those were the things I had.
Let me ask this right now. It says, currently, do you have charge of the administration of the financial affairs of the city under the direction of the city manager? Do you have charge of the administration of the financial affairs of the city?
Charge, no. The finance director is doing that.
Right. So
But
that's.
I actually do reports that analyze the expenditure side.
The first one to be proposed to be stricken here was that item F.
Right. There's been a lot of confusion related to that, in the sense of how can a city manager direct me to do something when I'm elected? So that's where the confusion
And
on
you
that
don't
part.
have charge of the administration of the financial affairs of the city.
Because through a resolution, council took the finance and put it under the city manager.
So
That was before my time, when technically it used to be under the city clerk.
When was that, though, do you think?
That, I don't know, I'd have to look. That was before my time.
Do you object to that being stricken? F? As
Well, my thing was, when I became city clerk, is if you're elected with some finance background or accounting background, you don't need to run the finance department. You can run reports or look at specific analysis that you can look to see if there's any mistakes going on, as someone who is an oversight. And that's what I was suggesting from the, last week when I submitted, or last month when I submitted my recommendations.
It's the blue folder from last time,
Yeah, it should be
622.
correct,
622 I-1 blue folder?
Yeah.
correct.
Do you see a circle the wagon effect because there's only one person that's really responsible to the council? So if somebody underneath kind of messes up, that there's a circling of the wagon so it doesn't become a major issue that impacts the person who's responsible?
You mean as for me reviewing or oversight? Is that-
Like, say that somebody in the finance department gets accused of some sort of impropriety. The way the chain of custody works is the city manager should be bringing it to the attention of the city council.
Correct.
But because it's under their supervision, they may not bring it to the council because they're dealing with it at the employee level.
Right.
So to me, it's like a circling the wagon. Or
I don't get access to that
my
information.
recent example is the cancellation of all these commission meetings. It's like, okay, there's an abuse going on there, but there's also a circling of the wagons of,
Right.
for keeping that from being properly accounted for. So
Right.
is that something that goes on that in
Probably.
the city?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's things that go on in finance. I have no clue.
But you're like in the oversight role. That's why I'm asking, you know.
Right, and that's why I'm looking at bringing it up a different level of oversight regarding journal entries and regarding analyst reports that, Moss Adams had recommended.
So for item F, for example, again, you did strike most of it,
Correct.
but you said serve a strategic function within the city by assuming an oversight role over expenditures.
Correct. And that's exactly the words right out of Moss Adams.
Okay.
So you plagiarized.
Yeah, I did.
All right.
Because that was,
Another reason for,
that's what was being discussed.
I get that.
Okay.
My reaction to that as I read it, it is so nebulous that it's not meaningful. What is a strategic function, assuming an oversight role? It's just,
What do you do with it? Can you,
are you given the papers and it,
do you
yeah,
have the
it just-
blackball on a?
For me, it would,
Stop the city from functioning in that role. Yes.
for this position, I don't think you can stop it. You've got to go to the city manager and talk to him.
You,
Right.
that's, but
Well, the
again,
position.
the position.
Yeah, I think the position. I mean, you have finance, you have the city treasurer, you have the city clerk, and you also have the city manager.
Okay, so
So there's a lot of there is a little bit redundancy, but I think for the city treasurer and the city clerk is to represent the citizens.
understood, but for this one, I'm just looking for, how do we actually put that into practice? And is it going to change depending on the person? Because and I get that it's taken from Moss Adams, it's a very generic and
Just took it to,
so broad and non-specific that is it even useful?
well, I see it as the oversight of the expenditures. Just, I don't mean it in the sense of, well, based on the information below.
Yeah, it's subsections underneath it.
Right. So this would be the requirements that the city clerk would do, which is be able to review and approve operational policies and procedures, to be part of that.
And if you don't approve them?
Well,
Not you, if the city clerk did not approve
Well,
them,
then there's got to be
an
There's
out.
got to be a reason why, right?
No, it doesn't.
There doesn't.
It really doesn't.
So you're
I
saying they should have,
agree.
so you're saying a procedure can be done even though it's not
oh,
conform.
we had this discussion before, and as I recall, the discussion went some along the lines, if the clerk became an obstructionist, city manager would then go to the council, right, and say, oh, by the way, we have a little problem here, and how am I supposed to resolve it because I can't pay the bills?
But if the city charter says what this person can do, the city council cannot override the city charter.
I didn't say they could. I think.
Well, they can.
I think.
They've done it.
I think the appropriate question that to be asked at that point is, why? Why are you not approving this?
I agree with that.
Absolutely.
Okay, and you put that person on the carpet, basically speaking, in front of everybody, God and everybody.
Should it even be allowed to get to that point?
But how do you allow for oversight without having some kind of authority or
Without
slash?
the clerk, we have no
Oversight
oversight.
without authority is a good way to put it.
Right.
And what, that is then up to interpretation, because if you don't have an authority, what is
Right.
your oversight?
The scenario that was brought up, that I brought up at one time was a city clerk, not you, a city clerk hates a vendor for whatever reason, hates a vendor and says, you can't pay this person. You just can't. the way this is written now, the city clerk can stop that vendor from getting paid.
Well, there's a number of people that can stop a vendor from being paid there, because if, forget the city clerk for a moment, in every chain of money going out, someone's got to sign, someone's got to approve it. And whoever that someone is, whether it's the city manager, the city treasurer, the comptroller, whoever it is, if they got a wild hair and they decide they don't like whatever expense is being happening, they can stop the chain.
But in none of those other situations is there a city charter that you have to get over, which you can't get over because it's in the charter.
And I would agree with that.
So then you can put something
That's the
similar.
problem.
Well, you can do something similar like you have what that was recommended regarding the invoices. Within 30 days, it gets rectified. Otherwise, if we don't agree, it goes to this council or something like that. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I would say is the language change. So you want a way, I understand what your issue is.
so do
And it
I.
would seem like you could then put in I don't want to call it the escape clause, but if there's that big of an issue, let's just say the city manager and city clerk, and like I said, I don't care whether it's the city clerk or city treasurer, whoever it is, are having a disagreement about a payment, whether it's legitimate or not, then the city council would then be the appropriate voice, I would expect, or certainly a reasonable voice to have it brought in front, out in the public. This is what the issue is, and it's
And they can
voted
pay
on.
anything they want. And they can pay anything they want.
Yeah.
They can authorize the funds.
But at that point,
But
though.
we've kind of drifted away from the original thing of what would be the requirements for the clerk. If we take out the education requirements, what would the
And
requirements
that's
be?
even as proposed by the city clerk, you took out the 15 units.
I think we
Originally.
discussed
And then
this
you guys had a
yeah.
discussion and realized that it was just best to put it in, to keep it all in.
No, I didn't.
So there was a discussion. Yeah, well, okay. I
Well,
agree.
because we had the finance thing. and
Okay.
it's like,
But
I didn't
from
want that in.
from your perspective, you had proposed to take out that part of it
Right,
and shift the 5 to 10 years of experience
correct.
in public or private sector in accounting, not
Correct.
necessarily municipal,
Correct,
but public or private. That was your proposal. You did take out,
correct. And then the last meeting,
and I understand that.
during the conversation, you guys decided that maybe it wasn't,
Well, yeah,
it shouldn't be
we
crossed
didn't
out.
necessarily decide. We discussed it,
We
and that's
discussed
where
it,
we're at now.
discussed
So,
Okay.
I
So,
mean, how do you feel about that the city clerk was taken out of those requirements?
Which requirements now?
The educational ones and change the requirements.
Are we on we still on qualifications, or I think we need to establish qualifications, whether it's 15 units, whether it's a CPA. I think we need to, or a technologist, or whatever the person is.
Well,
All right.
let's not go there.
Well, I personally think that, I don't think you get somebody off the street that can to do that job. I don't think, and you could get, let's say you get somebody off the street that doesn't have experience and hasn't developed an integrity as a professional. Why would you do that?
I personally would prefer to have a municipal city clerk certificate for someone who's going to be a city
Okay,
clerk. And
and
they exist. I think you have one.
yes,
and you got that from where the
But after-
League of Cities?
after I've been, no, it's California, no, wait a minute, IIMCA, which is
Well,
international.
let me put this, somebody had aspirations for the office. Can they get one prior to an election?
They have to work for the city.
Exactly my point. Okay.
That one.
So what are the qualifications to get to the office? That's all I'm asking.
Right.
Okay, and
the
so-
one proposal was to strike it completely. Another
Yeah, well, I
proposal
can't do
from,
that.
another proposal from the city clerk now was to simply have it as 10 years' experience in public or private sector in accounting or finance.
You know,
In a responsible position, that becomes,
Well, we discussed this all last time. We kind of changed the wording again and add the requirements. We think we made it 5 years again. So we just had the.
yeah,
had this discussion.
10's a little long.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I said.
10's a little long. I mean, and I don't see I want to see qualifications. And, I'm willing to accept things like, being a bookkeeper, accounting, or something like that for a period of time, let's just say 5, demonstrated experience, demonstrated work history in that, such a field. But I don't think we can just say, there are really no qualifications. You can just,
Somebody could say they were a bookkeeper for their home business, and
you can say anything you want, and you can, and let people, the voters decide whether or not they're qualified.
yes, so I agree with that. But I think what we need to, our target here needs to be what's appropriate for the city charter. Because in the end, the voters, yes, are going to vet.
Qualifications, whatever they are. And that's what we're discussing.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly satisfied with the 15 units. Some people aren't. So what are the alternatives to that?
Alternatives are as is to striking completely, or in between with keeping part of it. In this case, the city clerk had suggested originally keeping the experience part. She had proposed bumping it to 10. I'm not necessarily in favor of that, but
No.
that's where we're at right now, is
You're then limiting your prospective pool. I mean, to do that, you go to 10.
but it's an appropriate limitation.
Well, think about the average person who has 10 years of experience in any career field. They're on the verge of making a decision of moving up, or staying where they're at, but certainly not going backwards. So, they're not really, I think you discourage people when you say 10 years.
We're not dealing with personalities, but do you provide training to the people in your department so that they actually would be able to meet the minimum qualifications?
Some of it, like the paying bills, that's, I train some of my staff to do that.
So do you encourage them to get the accounting units and the?
No, some of them actually some of the ones I hire usually have some accounting background, something like, paying bills, things like that. So I do have some.
It's silence.
Our viewpoint hasn't changed.
Oh, wait a minute, everybody awake?
I do believe you need some kind of requirement, like Joe, I think the accounting helps the clerk do their job. But if we do the oversight role, which she put into her adjustments last meeting, I think we did take off the 10 years because the 10 years seemed like it was too long to get too long for that requirement. But I think we would add a combination of 15 units. I forgot what we had last time, actually, to be honest. But I know that we kept the units in. I think we kept 5 years or something.
Okay. Matt, anything new? You looking at things there?
I wanted to make sure I got the name right. So George Santos comes to mind is what I was thinking of. And I bring that up because,
You just want to light a fire here, don't you?
well, I think it's real easy to inflate people's resume, and I question the voters. The voters don't check, they don't care. I will guarantee you they don't care. For the most part, a great majority of the voters don't care.
I know you do.
I qualified. There's either an R, in some elections, it's at the R or the D. I was thinking, and the names just escaped me. Running back, Georgia, 49% of the vote. Okay, living proof. It's all about the R, the letter next to their names. It's hilarious.
You read the Daily Breeze today.
No, I didn't.
That was one of the letters in there.
Oh, was it?
But so having said that, I also question, so as city clerk, you go and put these qualifications in. So we've seen this happen, right? Previous elections. What are we doing? We have a certificate, or we an affidavit that I signed that, yes, I have done this for so many years in office and whatever. Yeah, I want people to be qualified, but at the end of the day, I think the voters have to do their homework and parse out for themselves what experience is applicable and what isn't, what's baloney, what's not.
And they won't do that.
No, they're
Some
not gonna-
will, some won't. I will tell you, the newspapers won't, like I said, with Santos is a good example. They won't do it either. They are afraid of putting their finger on the scale of an election and tipping it one way or the other.
And city clerk is not typically a,
But I think your point is very valid. But I think they also assume that when somebody came down and fills out the, I want to call it an application, I guess, for office. I don't even remember.
Nomination.
Nomination papers. That's vetted. And the fact is, it's not vetted. So maybe we need to recommend to the council that candidates that have qualifications, such as, let's deal with the city attorney. You say he's got to be 5 years in practice. Who vets that? I mean, everybody knows, I mean, the people, I mean, we know Mike Webb has got 5, because he worked for the city, but there's no proof. He didn't sign anything that says I got 5 years of. So maybe the city clerk's office, when people come down, need to vet these people.
We're going to be discussing that when we talk about residency.
I got that part. I got that part.
and I agree with that. But even the vetting is subjective because experience in public or private sector in accounting.
Well, if the person hands in if the person hands in a resume, it's pretty easy to do background
They
call.
don't have to hand in a resume.
You can make that a require, I mean, if part of the you're either qualified or you're not. So you either have 10 years and it's provable or you don't. I mean, it's just that simple. And somebody does have to check it. Right now, we just take the papers and everybody tells the truth and everybody's wonderful. So I got that part, and
And that's what this beauty of the 15 units of accounting.
I agree.
It's actually verifiable on an
But we don't
independent
verify it, but we don't verify it.
So for 10 years, I've been keeping track of my rental property numbers for tax purposes.
Okay, as you should.
I qualify.
Not necessarily.
That is a experience in private sector accounting or finance.
We sent the
Not,
guidance
but
out there.
what if we put the word in that said verifiable?
I can verify it. I can show you the spreadsheets.
Verifiable.
That's why the units work so well. 'Cause
I
you
agree.
I agree.
pull
agree
the
with that.
transcript and
No,
you've got it.
that's self-verification.
What? Oh, yeah.
So I agree with the units in that regard, because it is much more verifiable. And to your point, PTSA auditor for a couple of years, AYSO treasurer for 10 years.
Yeah.
And that was on your ballot statement.
Yeah, I know. And it's all true. I can verify it all, but, it's not a full-time job either.
It's also not municipal related.
Okay, city council for a year.
I recommend to you.
AYSO.
I recommend to you that you go to the City Clerks Association of California website and you read, what is a city clerk?
Okay, what's the website?
City Clerks Association of California. What is a city clerk? Because we're angels dancing on the head of a pin here, because we're trying to force feed in this accounting craziness into a job that it doesn't belong.
See, I disagree. It
But
does
it
belong.
belongs somewhere.
I'm sorry?
It belongs somewhere. And
I think it belongs just because of the environment, because it's a municipal environment. I mean, you have numbers and you have accountability. I mean, so, no, I think it's more than that. I think.
Yeah, I think it belongs somewhere, and it could be handled in a number of places. It's being handled correctly now, but you've got to argue whether it belongs in the city clerk's
Job of the city clerk.
It belongs in the finance area. So the director of finance, whether it's elected or not, that's the place where it should be. That's where the responsibility should lie. And that person reports to the city manager.
485 cities have figured this out.
Or not.
Or not, yeah, or not.
Which city staff attends the Budget and Finance Committee?
Pardon?
Which city staff attends the staff or elected, who attends from
Director of
the
finance.
Director of Finance?
Although the one
Not
who
the city
can-
clerk.
But the one who canceled the meeting for the
No,
budget
don't go into
finance
that. Don't go into that.
Was not the director of
Don't
finance.
go into
It
that.
was-
But the thing is, the director of finance isn't reportable to the people.
That's right.
And so my
But
point,
tell me how that makes a difference.
Yeah.
If you get an elected person and a non-elected person, and they're both responsible for that function, do you kill one faster than the other if there's a mistake? No, they're both responsible. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters whether they're elected or not.
well, I think it matters from a voice of the people point of view. As you said, the finance director is reportable to the city manager. When a mistake is found or there's malfeasance, boom, city manager. But if the city clerk finds it and it doesn't get corrected, she's got more of a bully pulpit to let the public know that there's an issue going on here, that there's some funny business going on here, that the finance director is not going to do. The finance director's job is reliant on the city manager. She does not have whoever, doesn't have the vested interest or whatever to make that necessarily public. In fact, has a vested interest not to. So from that perspective, having an elected official who is by their very nature reportable to the public, I think is important.
I'm going to,
And it's a check and balance.
something I recently read really hit home. It was about school board members, but it basically said, for 4 years, you are accountable to no one unless you are recalled or you die. And that is true. You don't have to do,
Actually, that's a very poor,
it is true.
well, I didn't say, well, no, it's only true in the people whose minds lack integrity or purpose.
Yes.
It's
and we
not,
don't-
it's not true of people who have a genuine,
That's not the argument.
I'm sorry?
That's not the argument.
That is your argument. That is exactly what you said. You said it is okay to do what you want because you're elected.
I said you are not accountable to anyone.
That's
You
the
can-
same thing. Your semantics and my semantics are saying the exact same thing. So, no.
Disagree.
You know, these are not only moral, but ethical issues that, basically you can't control.
We have no moral or ethical things in here.
Yes, you do. You have all kinds of ethical things in here. That's basically what the charter is. It is basically a narrowing of your ability to step outside the lines.
All our charter says for a city council person is that every third meeting, they got to show up.
Okay, and so,
They don't have to do anything
and
And for 4 years,
No.
they could do that.
unless they get.
look, I understand that. I understand all the recall, but that isn't really what the public's perceptive is of for the job. Okay? Okay? So,
agree with
there
you.
were, once upon a time, the city council, the previous city council had 3 members who stayed away, so we couldn't have a quorum, all right? Look, I don't care how people run their lives, but I wrote a letter to the whole city council and the mayor and the city manager saying, I'm done with people not understanding what their jobs are, okay? And I'm telling you right now, this is what the problem is, and you need to square yourself away, go to church, figure it out, do whatever you gotta do, but don't do this anymore. And so you can tell me that you can't be touched for 4 years, but that doesn't mean you're doing your job.
Oh, absolutely not, absolutely. Right.
Okay, well, but by even you're gonna give gift cards to drug addicts now to stop them. This is
Let's
the
keep
latest
to the
plan, okay?
city.
Yeah, my point is, these are all plans that, are just based in some kind of theory. So, yeah, no, I can't consonant even mentioning that. Somebody holds public office and then says, well, I'm going to do what I want. Well, not really, not without from hearing it from me. You're going to hear from me. Now, can I stop you and change you? No, but I'm going to have my say-so.
Ultimately, the city of San Bernardino decided to do that because their city attorney was doing exactly what you said. Ultimately, they changed it, but during that period, he was not touchable.
Okay.
But, no,
There are tons of people who are not touchable in the political world. I
absolutely.
mean, that's it.
The issue, this is, we're gotten way off where the issue.
No, the issue is qualifications. That's the issue.
The issue,
And we, only moral and integrity bound people need apply.
and,
You know, it's just that simple.
my view of the, and
Subjective
I think speaking for
I'm sorry?
Jerry,
They're subjective definitions. Okay, I'm sorry, Bob.
the qualifications should meet the way the job is stated.
Objectively.
If we are taking away the things that are associated with accounting, checking to see whether something
But
is
we're not
correct or not
taking them away.
is not accounting.
We're not taking them away.
Absolutely. If you look at the things that we've agreed to,
Well, I haven't agreed to that.
we've taken, at least, we've taken away
We
budget.
includes me.
Yes.
Okay.
We've
okay.
taken away budget expense. We're taking away a budget appropriation. The things that are accounting based, according to this proposal, are no longer there. And it's something that the present city clerk has agreed to. The things
I
that
don't- I don't-
remain
I'm-
are not
From what I heard her say
requiring.
tonight, that she didn't exactly agree. She was led to it.
I think some of them that she has agreed to.
Some is not all.
But the things that are most important in here relative to the need for accounting, that's the thing I'm hung up on here.
Yeah, hey, I have been for 30 years.
I know I have, I know.
This is not a new hangup.
This is not new.
I got it, I know.
Let's take
And I
a quick,
applaud you for tenacity.
let's take a quick straw poll of where we're at, so we know where we need to try to get to. I'm going to predicate it on what I handed out, which is Bob's proposal, the amended charter verbiage. Let's just go down line. Would you be in favor or not of as presented here?
No,
No?
Obviously, yes.
Yes?
no.
Yes.
No.
Okay, so we have 4-3. And we don't want to end in a 4-3.
Right.
We want to get better than that, so we know we've got some room. So now what will it take to get us to at least a 6-1, I think is where we want to land. And you don't get a vote, I'm sorry. You get your say,
I
but,
just recommendations, that's all.
Well, my whole thing is, like I said, that there is oversight remains by somebody who's been elected.
more than what is in there right now, because we
No.
did keep that.
No, well,
Oversight over what?
But Matt, to Matt's point, you're proposing to get rid of the city attorney on his oversight. It looks like you'll do the same with the city treasurer. So really, that leaves the city clerk as the sole city elected official that has some sort of check and balance in the process.
Oversight over what, please?
Oversight over the mismanagement in the city.
That's not what the
That's
city
too
clerk does.
broad, yeah.
But I'm just saying that, but that's where the charter in any contract falls apart, is when you start hitting into the gray areas and there's an opportunity for abuse. And as I keep on saying, I don't think the system is broken, that we're seeing the abuse. But when you start pulling back on some of the interactions and people that are actually looking at stuff, you're creating an opportunity for more abuse to come in.
Mismanagement is what gets city managers fired.
Yes and no. It's gonna take a
No,
lot
I
to get a
disagree with
city
that.
manager
Yeah.
fired.
No, I
It's
disagree.
like, is it a small thing over here or is it something
politics
else?
is what gets city managers fired.
Differences over how
Yeah.
and not what.
That's true.
Joe, would you accept any kind of changes to the current city charter? Or are you just going to hold hard line on we don't need to change it at all?
You mean talking about the charter or this subject?
This subject of the charter.
Oh, like I said, I have no problem striking the 15 credits, but I want a comparable substitution.
Okay, so there's room to get us there.
Yeah.
It's not a hard line of let's just not change it at all, any changes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I
That's
said
good.
that an hour ago.
So I was saying, like, for instance, F, it doesn't seem to be a huge sticking point per se on F. But, then you start going into the rest of it, and I just think it cuts too far.
Answered everything.
Appreciate, yeah, so I'm getting messed up with A, B, C, D. Yeah, well, F, I guess, is then followed by 1, 2.
6 items,
Okay.
of which only 6 remains with the changes for 30 calendar days, so that it doesn't get stuck in the city clerk's office.
Yeah, you weren't here last
Sorry?
time. You weren't here last time, so I had recommendations, which are on the,
Yeah, they're on.
Yeah, so for, like for F1, you really changed it. You moved it from budget expense and capital estimates to operational policies and procedures.
I actually agreed with what Moss Adams, I thought it was a better approach of oversight than getting into a lot of the weeds of what that is now.
What does procedures mean?
Like, okay, so right now, the procedures of
Procedures of what?
accounting. So
That's-
anything to do with accounting,
Is that what Moss Adams says?
yes, an expenditure side, the expenditure side. So CalCard, accounts payable, travel, all those things that haven't been updated in 20 years. So I'd like to be a part of it because the position I think would be good to be a part of it so they understand the process, and both finance, city manager, and the city clerk agree to that part.
Are we talking recommendation number 2 under their observations and recommendations, where it gives an or, where it says transition the city clerk's role to serve as a strategic function within the city by assuming an oversight role over expenditure functions, including conducting activities such as approval of policies and procedures, journal entry review, and expenditure analysis to identify irregular transactions?
Right. I
Right?
think that's the one.
That's a thumbs up.
Let me double check. It's on the 622. Oh, right, I took everything that was from Moss Adams.
Okay, so basically what you put in here is based on is that a fair statement? Based
Yes.
on Moss Adams?
Yes.
Okay. And I think that's fair. And I did not catch this document to put into mine, and I will do that as a reference to what the city clerk had proposed, because I think that's fair. We've had the same thing on the other items.
What page is yours on?
Actually, it's the 622-23 attachment on I-2.
Came in
Second
blue
one.
folder last time.
Oh, that's
But
what
he
it was.
wasn't here last month.
I know, but it's on the sheet
Computer.
Yeah, it's
as a blue folder for 622, the second item.
622 I1.
Oh, you need to go back to the the first one. You're at I-2. So it's the second attachment. Right at top, 622.
Oh, I'm looking at dates, I'm looking, okay. Here, you do the mouse.
I can't see. 622.
That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, I'm gonna, with
Okay.
where we're at, I'm gonna propose that we go ahead and table this, we continue this one, and all of us step back and take a look at, okay, we have these kind of 2 different proposals. What would be a balance of those that we could accept and be a little more prepared to speak to that? 'Cause we're not gonna get there tonight, and we've got to hit a couple other things
I
tonight.
think the sticking point is this formal education of 15 units or
Where we have, yeah.
We're just looking for a substitution.
Would you accept, but the city clerk had moved it to 10 years of accounting experience.
I just think the 10 years is too long, but
But I'm just saying, what if we went back to just 5 and kept that in as a
Yeah,
qualification?
but again, then we need to, I'll just say, invest, find out what people offer is true.
Would anyone else,
That has been the crux of this whole conversation.
would anyone else want to keep in the educational elements?
Yeah, but I think what I would like to see for the next time is you've now changed your position on F1. And I'm not clear as which language you're proposing now.
One, I haven't mentioned anything.
I thought you had
I'm,
changed it to the Moth Adam
Right.
language.
which is fair.
Because that's what we were dealing with, starting with the strategic function. And then I thought that you'd proposed something which was different than what was being proposed by our chair, but I don't know what your last
Related to-
version is on it.
It was related to the education, because based
Okay,
on the
so it's
discussion.
F6?
It was based on the education, based on the discussion that was when I recommended the charter amendments. It sounded like you were having issues with the education part and whether finance should be taken off because they might not know anything about accounting.
So it wasn't about the operational policies?
No, I didn't
and-
change any of that stuff.
Okay, so that's still the way you proposed it on June?
Correct.
Okay.
And is that accurate to what you would currently still propose? Nothing's, you've talked about changes, but what's attached as the blue folder item I2
Right.
is still your position, is that correct? Okay,
Correct. The education can change a little, whatever. you
understood, but
decide.
that is your
Correct.
position, you haven't changed that,
No, the
Okay.
different requirements of,
and that's,
and I pretty much took it again out of Moss Adams straight out because I really
I
think
appreciate that.
that would be a better approach for the city clerk in this position.
And this is, to me, this is kind of one of the guardrails on one side. It's not necessarily a hard one, but, because you're still a position you want to keep the accounting education in. We have two other positions that have been presented that would take it out. You had said,
My opinion counts as 3, though.
you had said that you wanted to
Up
keep
2
it
to
in,
3.
Mr. Morocco, or?
I'm going to do, between now and the next meeting, I'm going to go research the historical context of this feathering of the nest and figure out why it was done, when it was done, and see what records show up on it. I don't have a problem with it. It's the equivalent of having a master's degree if you wanted to have a education requirement, but I think it's measurable, and I was going to go check out and see what, and hopefully you can produce for me those verifications from that election, so I can at least research those
Right.
people.
I mean, I think they might actually already be attached, but I'll,
They're not verifications, they're just statements.
I
Right.
assume that they're like,
Weren't verified.
those, well, you're talking about when they add the education?
no, when you were running for the first time when there were 6 people and.
Oh, I see.
Didn't they give a verified statement saying, I've got the experience as part of their
Right. It's the
nomination
sample
paper?
ballots, is that what are there candidates?
I assume the candidate signed
Nomination
a
papers.
document.
The
that-
nomination papers, they're destroyed after a certain period of time.
Some of them, I saw some from the 30s,
Well,
so,
but all the other ones, I'd have to look.
okay.
How
mean, I could
convenient is
look.
this?
What was that? That's per election code.
Maybe you need a degree in, I say curation.
Forensic evidence.
Records management.
Records management, yeah. We could put that in there. How's that?
Okay, so
Okay, but yeah, so I'm still kind of wedded to the 15 units because it's verifiable and it doesn't really detract from what the clerk is doing.
Well, I think that's a very salient point. We need to come up with things that are verifiable. I mean, in other words, if we put in a requirement, we need to put in a requirement that's verified. And we're going to just have to, I assume that would be fall of the clerk's office because they received the nomination papers. So
I'd have to
be
talk,
careful of what you ask for.
I'll have to speak with the city attorney on how that would work.
we would need to implement that across the board.
Exactly.
Oh, absolutely.
You can do an ordinance that cleans it up.
Okay, so let's have a motion to continue this item to the next meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, public comment. I doubt if there's going to be at 11:14, but thank you.
Not for this one. There is one.
Any opposed?
Oh, Dean.
None. Passes unanimously. We will continue the discussion of city clerk. Item I.3, I believe, no.
Right.
Let me get back to the agenda.
Treasurer.
Discussion and possible action regarding Article 11, Section 11.1, City Treasurer. So again, with the receive and file, I will pass out what I had put together just so far. That's my starting point.
Saying motion, receive and file.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Thank you. There's ones for each one in the city clerk and each one for you guys.
This one, we have a blue folder, is what you said?
Yeah, there was, that Gene put in.
Yes.
Which was Measure CT, I believe.
Right.
Okay. And I do allude to CT in the notes that I put together so far. So far we have the recommendation discussed to update the charter to align with current practice of the Office of City Treasurer. So we had heard two sides. One would be to realign the operational ongoing to align with the city charter, or to align with the city charter with what is the operational aspects of it current. I think our preference was to move towards aligning the city charter. That's item one. City treasurer presented a forthright evaluation of which powers and duties within the charter are or are not adhered to under current practice found in place when he was recently elected to the office. We went through that line by line. I think we still need to formalize that, but you gave a good indication of what it was and was not happening with relation to the roles and responsibilities or duties and powers. I think it's spelled out. So we had that. We did, just noting numerous discrepancies of ongoing practice with the city charter were noted. That's what we need to overcome. The city attorney stated that these discrepancies were a result of changes in city practice that occurred in the 2000s timeframe. I'm not sure exactly when, but it was in that timeframe. It was represented that these changes were, while extremely controversial and not in alignment with the charter, were nonetheless implemented and have been in practice since that time. It was noted by committee members that this constituted a charter amendment by fiat, which the city attorney affirmed. So we have changes that have happened. And that's, again, part of what we're, and then referencing Measure CT, which is in the documentation for which is in the blue folder item, passed in Redondo Beach in November 2014. It presented a clear opportunity to update its charter language in areas that were not being practiced, yet to be determined why such changes were not made at that time. As there was a charter amendment to this section, 11.1. It wasn't apparently fully amended, so we just need to be cognizant of that as we move forward. Number 7, recommended changes to the charter such that current practice not be continued in violation of the charter have been initially discussed by the committee with the full support of the newly elected city treasurer, but at this time have not been brought to the stage of actual revisions to the charter language. And then finally, city council may find it prudent, and I've added this, city council may find it prudent to take more immediate action, such as outlined in the Moss Adams report, prior to the delay of enactment of any proposed charter changes becoming effective, such that contradiction between the charter and current practice are alleviated. We have a situation right now where the city charter is not being followed, and that's been made clear. And a little bit of background on why that happened. So that's just where we are. And I didn't go into actually putting charter language on this one because we hadn't gotten there yet. So that's my brief summary of just what's transpired. And we haven't discussed this a lot, but.
If I could ask something, because
Yes.
this sort of goes back to the first discussion we're having with Michael. What's in the statement that went to the voters, the yes/no statement, has stuff in there that is not even physically in the charter now, the audit side. Why did that happen? What was all we have here is this resolution. What we don't have is the actual ballot statement itself. That would tell people what the physical change to the charter would be.
Thought we did have.
The line out portion of it.
Well, this is setting the priorities. We
This is
haven't,
the- Yeah, but this isn't the actual,
yeah, I know that.
verbiage.
That's usually in the calling of the election resolution.
yeah, I know, but where is it? Where does it say, this is the change, the physical change that's happening to the charter? We're taking out these words, we're putting these words in.
Okay. This is, the city treasurer provided me this resolution to forward to you guys as a.
Yeah,
placeholder.
I understand that. But in reading through that question, I would assume that there is language that is supposed to be in there regarding, for example, the authority to audit all monies, which is the last part of this question.
Right.
But it's not in the charter. Why is it not in the charter?
I think that
Well, I don't know
it, when, with regard to this item, where the change requested the ability or authority to audit all monies collected by the city from any source in order to prepare monthly reports mandated by the charter, is perhaps referencing item, on 11.1, item E, prepare and submit to the city manager monthly reports as to the failure of department heads, officers, and/or employees within the city for failure to promptly turn over monies. I think it was in relation to the treasurer's oversight authority with regard to members, employees of the city who are collecting revenues in order to oversee whether or not the reports that are being created, the items that are being reported are accurate.
Well, I understand that, but what it says in this box is adding new language to have the authority to audit. One would think that those words would be in the charter.
And so what we're missing here, I think, is that element that we've been putting together, which is the strikeout and
Strikeouts,
boldface.
right.
We're not finding that could
Wouldn't
be.
be attached to this resolution, so I'd have to go find the
It would be in
resolution.
the actual ballot that goes out to the public.
Right, and it
You
would be
should-
there.
Well, that's something I'd like to see, because how did this box, which says specifically add new language, not have the language in it?
Ask Matt. his
Limited to
name's on it.
75 words.
No, yeah, I understand that.
Well,
But in
That's what we're missing, is that
We're missing something.
boldface strikeout part.
Yeah.
What were the actual proposed charter changes?
Okay,
Or do we have the prior version of the charter? The 82 version?
Yeah, we do
I
have the
don't know. I
82
mean, I-
versions in the packet, but I don't know if it's the language.
But any changes to the 82 version would be what was done in the 14 amendment.
The sample ballots on number 6 in your packet, and the election results is number 8.
this was
And actually, the advisory votes are.
We're talking about the 1982, we're talking about 2014.
14.
Oh, well, you put
Understood.
1982, so.
Oh, you're just saying the 1982 is in there, yeah.
Well, you mentioned that, that's
Okay.
why it went to that.
2014 is the one we're looking for.
All right, we don't
Right,
have
but
it.
if we had the
Okay,
original
that seems
version of
strange.
82, you're saying we have what was modified.
And the only reason I'm raising is that if we're going to do the same thing for what we discussed earlier, we should make sure that whatever is in that box, those words are given to the public.
Yes.
They vote on it.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like they weren't.
So
I'd have to look. I mean, I didn't know this was an issue.
your question is fair. So how was this CT? What were the specific charter wording changes?
Right.
That's what we need to know. And that will help somewhat, but either way, we still need to further resolve what the practice is today and how the charter, should the charter be aligned to the practice or the practice realigned to the charter? That's what we have to come up with.
Right.
And the direction initially seemed to me that we would realign the charter because according to what I believe you, I will paraphrase what you would say, that it is working. And I think if we were to realign the practice to the existing charter, it would not line up with the position now being not full-time.
Well, there's other issues too. I believe there's state law issues.
There may be.
When we took these actions in city council where we shifted so much of the workload to the finance director, a lot of it was based upon changes in state law as to who the state was saying was responsible.
Based upon, maybe, it sounded like it was controversial. You weren't here last time what was presented. It was controversial to the point that it could have been fought. And if it was state law, you couldn't have fought it unless you were fighting the state, which that was not alluded to. But it wasn't, it was just given up. The city treasurer at that time just threw up his hands and said, okay.
Yeah, I just know what staff was telling us.
Right.
I know what their presentation on their
If
side.
it was, and I think that
You're
would.
right, it was controversial.
And I would agree that it was, what was done was based upon state law, but I don't believe we've heard that it was mandated or overridden by state law. And there's a big difference. If we are superseded by state law, it's just a matter of us to clean up the charter and catch up to state law. I didn't hear that that's what happened.
But the recollection of it would be better from Mr. Kilroy, who was at the council at the time, and what we heard from the city attorney, where in the city manager at the time, Mr. Workman, indicated that since he would be responsible for the production of reports to auditors or other state regulators or other parties, that he felt, and this relating what the city attorney said, that it'd be more appropriate for those responsibilities, those responsibilities currently outlined in the charter as a treasurer's responsibility, be performed by the city finance director in the financial services office under the direction of the city manager. That if he was signing off on it,
That's fair.
that's what he
That it was
wanted to
more
do.
appropriate and fit what they were doing better. I'm not arguing any of that. It's just a matter of, we are faced with the situation now that the city charter does not align with current practice.
Correct.
And unless we can refer to actual state law that preempted our city charter, we're still in a bad position. That's what we want to clean up.
I totally agree with you.
Okay, good. Then I think so that's, and mainly my summary points were based upon things that the city attorney said and the thing that the city treasurer had said, and just going through that. And I made some brief notes, but didn't get to the point of what is the bold line, boldface and strikeout? That's where we need to get to next. And what I had proposed was, and I've talked to Mr. Wazansky about this, the city manager is involved with, as well as the finance director, that we would potentially get together with Mr. Pinsler, because you've looked into this quite a bit, myself, you, finance director, and the city manager, and try to hash some of that out as we've done before, and bring it to this committee then, because for us to try and figure it out here wouldn't be very effective.
These responsibilities, though, should somehow be delegated, formally delegated, whether it be in the charter or whether it be by ordinance or in some other fashion. The city clerk was alerting to the Moss Adams report. The Moss Adams report has an attachment to it, has an ordinance that describes the role or responsibilities of the city finance director. So it would be up to the committee and the city council to determine what the appropriate response would be, how these roles are delegated. But in its current function, the way that it's set up, the Treasury Department is not in a position or set up to perform all these functions right now. These people who were performing these functions were moved into the Financial Services Office. I'm not going to say that a bunch of times tonight, Joe. Were moved into that office. And so to the chair's point from a moment ago, a determination to be made, I think, early on, if you're going to go ahead and leave it as it is now, which is working, the tactical functions being delegated to that department, then formally delegate those roles either by charter change or by ordinance, as described in Moss Adams' report, or if it's determined that it'd be better by the voters and the city council and recommendations that those roles remain with the city treasurer's office, then that would require some other changes be made.
Have you seen the resolution that was passed at this time that put these current practices into play?
I have not been able to find that.
That resolution would exist somewhere.
It's in the election results. I'm not sure, I guess you never came to me to what you're
No,
looking
no,
for.
I'm not.
He's not talking about that.
I'm talking about what the thing that
Matt was
was
talking about.
described and Joe had responded as that was a governance by fiat kind of thing, that it was just done without.
Mr. Kilroy, was that a discussion item at council?
It started as a budget item. So it really happened, it was discussed at council. It was during our budgetary process that these people got moved to the finance department along with the money associated with it. And that's why I have to agree with you. It was a charter change by fiat. We never specifically addressed the charter for good or for bad.
Understood.
But that's pretty much how it
But
happened.
was it done by a resolution?
No, unless you take the budget resolution, but there was no specific discussion or resolution that eliminated changes in responsibility.
Technically, some of the people who were moved under the auspices of the Financial Services Department are still listed as treasurer, the business and licensing person, as an example. So there's a move right now, I shouldn't say a move, when we're talking about fiat, but an effort to go ahead and reassign those people formally or otherwise update that procedure as to who they report to and the role itself as an analyst or otherwise. I would make note, and we had asked the city attorney about this at the meeting last month, in the Moss Adams report, there is a description of this item where it says that the responsibilities were unchanged, but staffing of the city treasurer's office was significantly changed. And later in 2014, the city's treasurer position became a part-time position. Similarly, in 2009, the city attorney issued a report clarifying the assignment of duties between the city manager and the city clerk. When Mr. Webb was here last month, I think we asked about that and he could not recall a report like that.
Oh, I have that report.
You do have that report?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wonder if some other way than the changes to the city treasurer were also contained in that report?
No,
No,
it was all
okay.
related to the city clerk.
Okay.
Is it reflected in the minutes, though? I assume that would be the easiest thing to look at.
I don't know. That's why I asked if Mr. Kilroy recollected that part of it.
So you were on council at the time? Just to clarify that.
Yeah,
I appreciate
there was discussion, and there was certainly discussion from the city manager as to the why and wherefores that these people were shifted under the finance department. But there was no formal ordinance or there wasn't any formal resolution taken with regards to that action. It was strictly a budgetary action that we took.
Which is an action.
Which is an action, and which ultimately is voted upon and all the rest of that. But there was no other action.
So there's some paperwork somewhere.
There's some minutes or
minute,
something, maybe minutes.
What kind of action are you looking for? I mean, that actually redirected or re-explained the finance director's role and responsibility, or the change in the treasurer's role and responsibility?
Anything. And if there's nothing, that's the answer. That's fine.
So there
And
is-
if it was just simply the budget,
It may be the personnel
The
are
short
taken out of
answer
the
is there's
one
nothing.
department and put into another
That
department.
would be on the budget,
There'll be discussion in the minutes
Right.
right? That's what-
with regards to it, but there's no formal action was ever taken.
If I could, the intention of what I presented here was to try to create the reality that other people put in place. That's why most of this is struck out. Because it's not done anymore. And the question was, what does the city treasurer actually do? And those three things at the end are basically what you do, correct?
With regard to contracting for the various vendors, with regard to the oversight authorities, the audit authorities. I think those are very important things with regard to those things unrelated to the day-to-day revenue collection, yes.
Okay, so that was the reason for this, for what I wrote, which was Gene and I had discussions. What does it do? What does he do? What does he not do anymore? How can we make it so that the charter actually represents what's being done now?
Yes.
That's why this was created. And I know that Gene has a couple of other things that he might want to include in this, but those were the basics. And we can work from that. But I think it's necessary to get out of the charter the things that they don't do anymore.
Agreed.
And to do what they should have done, which was to have gone to the charter to begin with.
Yes, and that was really part of what I bulleted in my summary too, the numbered items that that's the direction I think we had agreed to, was to move towards aligning the charter.
Yep.
We may find exceptions to that. I don't know yet, but that's the general direction of the cleanup, is to align with the charter, not try to realign the city to match what the charter is.
I would think that would be the best path forward.
And in my final comment, what had to do with, this may be a couple years away. And in the meantime, we know about this. Do we want to take the risk of continuing to operate in violation of the charter? Or might city council?
Well, what has it been, 9 years? They've been doing, how long they've been
Almost
operating
15.
it? Huh?
Nearly 15.
15 years. Well, gee, that's another day.
What's another couple of years of being friends?
I mean, before they even got the lawsuit going, we'd have an
Yeah.
election.
Yeah.
I would suggest,
I wouldn't worry about that.
with regard to some of the items that are included here, the red line, and I spoke with Mr. Pinsler about this a little bit, entering into managing banking contracts, for example, banking contracts are not the only thing within purview. There are other vendor contracts that we engage in the treasurer's department. So I would make the language like that, the language with regard to, I would keep it more broad than narrow to serve audit and oversight authorities, banking, and not limit them to contractual authorities. For example, the city clerk, myself, and the city financial department shared the cost of the Moss Adams report and are looking into doing something similar, sending out RFP for something similar. We'll have a meeting about something like that. So I don't want it to be limited to banking contracts. It could be other vendor contracts associated with the operational efficiencies and audit authorities procedures of the city, something more broad like that. I know you get into discussion like you had earlier about what does procedures mean. Administrative procedures and policies are pretty clearly defined through various state mandates, through various policies. So that, it seems like an amorphous term, but it is defined. With regard to the investment advisory, as was mentioned a little bit earlier, when Ernie left, Tom Guyan, I may be mispronouncing his last name, I apologize. Gain, thank you. Gain. Tom Gain hired an investment advisory. And then when Mr. Deals was elected, he secured an investment advisory group, which we still have today. And that format, I think, serves the city well. Having an independent investment authority, especially where you have what is essentially now a part-time role for a city treasurer. I think it's important that a person have some experience with regard to dealing with investment advisory, but that's a different issue.
And just to be clear, you just added this for this meeting, and that's part of, that's the reason it's not in what I had put together so far. We wanted to be able to discuss this.
And it came from a discussion. It was not meant to be, totally comprehensive. It was for discussion purposes.
Is there any value to adding, especially as it relates to the management of investment of the city, the state laws, because the state actually produces or updates a list of regulations that all public agencies are required to adhere to. with regards to financial instruments.
So you're proposing to add what? to the-
I don't know. I
It already
said,
says, according to state law.
Yeah, and in general, that's the limit of what we want to do with
okay,
things like that.
yeah, you're right, you're
Because
right.
state law changes.
As an example, investment policy guidelines are governed by state law.
Your investment advisors, do they make actual decisions or do you have to approve their decisions?
All trades are brought to the Treasurer's Department for approval
Before they're made?
before they're made.
And an example of contract letting, would that be like the animal control licensing? Where I think the company's in Texas, Irving, Texas?
FHN is a subsidiary of a bank that they're based in, the investment advisory is based in Las Vegas, but the licensing is countrywide. The broker dealer that we trade with, there are a number of different broker dealers that we actually
Is
execute the
that an
trade.
example of the contracts when you were talking about?
Yes, and we have a contract with FHN for their advisory services. Yes.
Jerry, anything on this one or anybody else? So what I would propose is we go ahead and set up that meeting between now and get it done before the next meeting so that we can come back with some preliminary hashed out language.
Just to let everybody know, if we're going to have this meeting, I will not be at the next meeting. So I will be in Kenya. So I doubt very much if I can find Wi-Fi to even be on if I really wanted to, which I don't. But we need to have this meeting within the next couple of weeks.
I will not be at the Charter Review Committee meeting next month.
Let's move this to September.
Either
You going to Kenya?
I wish I was. I'm going to go in Bob's suitcase.
We're only allowed very little to carry on those small
Yeah,
planes.
and I'm fine. I think we're okay with moving this one to September or continuing to September.
I'd be open to that idea. I think logistically it makes a lot of sense, but in consideration of Mr. Dwidziak's comment that we have been doing this for a long time, I would sense that there is an urgency with regard to this, as it has been made apparent that we are currently not operating within the confines of our charter. And I would say that there is an urgency to addressing that issue.
Okay. I would agree with that.
Continuing comment, by the way.
Yeah.
But look at it, tonight, we're at almost midnight. This is progress.
Get to go home after this. You guys are here for the duration.
So when will you be exiting?
But I can,
As far as setting up the meeting first, though.
we can have this discussion anytime up until middle of August.
I'll be
And I know
here
his
through,
restaurant preferences.
my work trip is the 18th of August. 18th of August.
18th of
Be here
August.
through the 18th of August.
That's a Friday.
Okay.
Yes.
I leave on the 19th.
So I'm leaving to take the trip for the next Monday meeting.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Eleanor, you
Thought
want?
I'd mention that it's a Friday.
It's good.
Okay, and then back when?
I'm back in Labor Day.
Beginning of September?
I'd be available for September meeting.
Okay. I would say let's shoot for something around the 16th of August. But let's get together and see if we can get it done earlier.
Before I go.
Yeah, before
Before we both go.
get a little bit of pressure.
There's typically a department head meeting on Wednesday mornings. So if it was something that would work conveniently for you, perhaps you'd schedule something with the CM following the department meeting, usually goes till 11:30 or noon on a Wednesday.
It's not you, it's CM.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's work that out. and
You're
see if we-
already a politician.
And it may be even sooner than that.
We'll figure it out. We'll make it happen.
Okay, so, and we'll include the things that, your strikeout will be a basis to work from, as well as the notes that we have so far, and then we will come up with some congealed language to bring back to and reasoning.
I would suggest that the contracts for every department are public records on the city's website, and you can identify the different types of contracts that are held. They're looking what's current and what is archived, what's expired. But I think coming up with a broader language than just the banking contract, if I can make that suggestion.
Okay. So a motion to continue, motion to two things, to have the meeting prior to the September meeting with the 5 of us.
Right.
And then also to continue this item to the September
So moved.
Do we
meeting.
need public comment?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we have none.
Okay. So is there a motion for that?
Motion.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Yes.
So
I think the treasurer.
we're closing in on midnight.
Yep.
I am going to be asked to be excused in about 5 minutes, or move to adjourn, but do you have any more reports that you are passing out that I can?
I have one more brief one for the next item, the school board.
Okay, there's
It's-
a public
it-
comment on it too, by the way,
Yeah, there is on that one.
just so you know.
Is that a good thing or bad?
No, it's the same guy with the ranked choice voting again, so,
Okay, good.
but I was hoping that I can get a copy of any reports that you're passing out
Yes,
before I leave.
So let's go ahead and open, we'll make it very brief. We'll open I-4. Discussion possible action regarding the possibility of removing the RBSD school board from the city charter as directed by city council. And let me pass out my notes on that so
Turn to receive
far.
and file.
Second.
Thank you. There's 4 for that direction and 3 for that direction. That in my copy. So under item 1, the summary of findings from other city charters is taken from Mr. Pinzer's report. That's been provided prior, correct, Mr. Pinzer? No real changes to that. We have general discussion of this committee has thus far been that as noted by city council, there's no need to prescribe school board, just the discussion so far, no need to prescribe school board member requirements or elections in the charter. We've done that. This committee requested input from the current RBUSD school board. Discussions thus far by the school board have not resulted in any recommendations and are ongoing. We did discuss this again last Tuesday. It's ongoing. We've not voted on anything. There's been no consensus on anything. Next one, and I'll go back and number these, but that's the bullet points for now. Committee has indicated that it may be appropriate to retain the basic charter language of section 16 with minor revisions to update from kindergarten to transitional card. So we would keep 16 point nothing, just so that it's defined. Doesn't impede on anything. And then next bullet point, if all other sections are removed from, this is some of the cause and effect. If all other sections were removed from the charter, such requirements revert to California Education Code. That's been made clear. With regard to term limits, they would need to be reinstated by the school board with a ballot measure, and there is ed code that prescribes how to do that. But if they come out of the charter, they would go away for an intermediate time. Next one, elections would remain at large unless otherwise superseded, so that wouldn't change coming out of the charter, but it could be changed in the future, just as it could at present. That's what originally what started this was to move to a by trustee area. Then elections would no longer be required to be part of the city municipal elections. Most likely be moved to November of even years, as with the vast majority of other school boards. That is not a hard requirement, but it is the most likely scenario.
If I could add, one of the, regarding the term limits.
Yes.
The question was raised whether if we have a charter amendment that removes everything but the original section 16, at the same time, on the same election, could you put in the term limits for what would happen assuming it passed? So let's say we say one charter amendment would say we're getting rid of everything except for section 16. And on the same ballot is, should this succeed, term limit stays.
I
I
don't
don't know that.
think you can have predicated upon another one. You can have
It happens all the time.
You'd have to have the
predicated
city
upon
attorney.
it. I know you can have ones that'll be one or the other.
Happens in recall elections.
But
I don't know if it, I'm sorry?
Okay.
it happens on ballot measures too.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I've seen, it's-
And I had posed that question before, and the city attorney's response to that was, no, that wouldn't work. And part of it was because if it comes out of the charter, it would be the school board that would have to put it on the ballot.
but the school board will put it on the same ballot.
But the school board can't put it on the.
It's out of the charter.
I remember that comment. You made that
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd have to defer it to the city attorney, not.
I see what you're saying. It's a chicken or the egg kind of thing. The
yeah.
school board can't put it on there because they don't have the authority to until they're out of the charter.
Right.
And,
Then they have to pay for the election. We had this discussion.
But maybe is your proposal that we would, your proposal is not that we leave term limits in the charter? That,
No,
okay.
this was,
Yeah.
that at the same time you would have a measure which the city council can put on. Because at the time of the election, it's still under the city charter. So it's quite possible, I
Depends on
believe.
It would depend on when it took effect. Does it take effect immediately?
but what would the city council put on there that term limits are on the,
Chopping
are
block.
applicable to the
Should-
school board?
Should this be approved, then term limits would remain.
But if it's approved, what authority does the city council have to impose term limits on the school
I
board?
think that was part of the core of the response to, it wouldn't work that way, because I had made that comment and.
Actually, it's not the city council.
Well, maybe the school board could sit there and pass, I don't know. Yeah, ask somebody who knows more. I understand the chicken and the egg is the kind of situation that you're in with regards to that. And I understand the desire to put that on there because it might actually get people more comfortable with voting for it in the first place. If they know, because that's something the voters have expressed an interest in keeping overall.
You could put it as an advisory vote and not run into the chicken and egg problem, but then you would at least know that the public's in support of that.
Well, the other thing that's been talked about only in the discussions at the school board has been potentially moving to a different model, not just strictly 2-term limits. One was potentially 3 terms. Another one was one that I had found that was, you could serve, if you serve 2 consecutive terms, you needed to take a 2-year break. And then you could run again, but you can never serve more than 2 consecutive terms. It was a permutation that was interesting.
Manhattan Beach does that with regards to the
City
city
council.
council. Yeah, with regards to city council, I've seen that.
So, but there was thinking on the school board to move to beyond 2-term limits. Just because, yeah, it's similar to city council, the learning curve alone is,
Well, so the same thing with city council, and we tried that when I was on council, and it got voted down 2-1. We tried to extend term limits from 2 terms to 3. And that's what LA City did. LA City did it, and it passed. And tried it here in Redondo, it got voted down 2-1.
consider the scenario where it comes out of the charter under 1 ballot measure. And it goes away until, and then subsequently at the next applicable election that the school board can do it, puts it on the ballot, but only puts on the ballot, shall the school board have 3 term limits?
Yeah. I don't know, look, I'm not against it at all.
And then the choice is, you can either leave it at none or go to 3.
I have said before that term limits, in my opinion, shifts power to city staff, or in that case, to school district staff. Because they're the ones who've been around the longest, and they'll wait you out, but they have institutional memory and knowledge and whatnot, the learning curve. For all those reasons, it really shifts power to
So
non-elected.
things have been discussed, but there's really no reportable action from the school board. And the next step is we're going to set up probably a special meeting to have our legal counsel and the city attorney come to talk about any legal implications so that the board fully understands. Because Bob, you were there when, Bob came to the school board meeting this last Tuesday and witnessed where it's at. I mean, you have my characterization is it's just in complete flux yet.
So the other thing that was brought up before was the cost, because they're likely to go to November elections, then we're not footing the bill. The city's not footing the bill for the school district elections, correct? And you've got some kind of an idea of what it would cost?
The
for
school board has
November?
actually received that, and I can reveal that now. I didn't bring the documents with me, but the estimate was $212,000
Every
per
two-
election.
per election. So
Be a mail-in ballot?
No. They're probably
I don't know,
not with the
I'm
county.
asking.
Not with the county.
I mean, it sounds kind of cheap.
No,
Yeah,
that,
because it's at large.
Okay.
So the difference would be
Okay.
is if they go per district, then that's where because you have 4 ballots or 3 ballots instead of just 1.
and the fact that we
That's
are
different.
just one thing amongst 50 at that point, because you've got all
Right.
the other.
You got other agencies that are in that mix.
You're on the November ballot.
Exactly.
Right,
So
and the
that,
November is a really high.
there are many more people sharing that cost
Let's
of
say-
getting that ballot out.
Presidential and the governor.
But that was from the county, that our school district was able to obtain that, and we did distribute that. I didn't bring it with me. I can forward that and make it part of this package now. Last time I said we received it, but I hadn't been given
If we
permission to
wanted
give
to,
it out.
could we bill the school board for their portion of our ballot?
No, because of the charter. Charter says they're included.
And there is mention of the, idea that the school board doesn't like the idea of having to pay.
And so they remain,
Yes?
what's,
Yep.
as a taxpayer, I think it would be a complete waste of money. I don't see the benefit for paying all that extra amount as a taxpayer for the school district to remove themselves from the charter. I just don't see what the benefit is.
Money-wise. Yeah,
Money-wise or even operational-wise, I don't see what it does for the school district per se.
and do we have an idea, Eleanor, of what it cost us to have the school board in with everything else? I mean,
I don't separate it.
could we guesstimate it and allocate it? How much does our election cost in a general, municipal and,
Well, our election's about 250
okay, so
300,000.
maybe 50,000 of that.
or, 75.
If we took out the school board portion, the city would save.
Right.
How are we saving exactly? We still have to issue a ballot.
A little less printing costs.
Yeah. No, that's what it is.
Oh, mailing costs, wouldn't you say?
No, the mailing cost is the same. It's just the bulk goes down. So it's a little bit cheaper if you have less items.
Right.
Not a
Less
lot.
contests, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then the final point here, while within the city charter, any changes are under the control of city council or by ballot initiative rather than the school district or board itself.
You made it out the door without being a pumpkin.
So just to point that out.
This is up to the school board, what they want to do. And if they don't want to do anything, they don't want to do anything. It's fine with us.
Well, it's actually up to the voters. The school board-
Ultimately, it's up to the voters, but in terms of whether it goes on the ballot or not,
Yeah,
it's up to the school board to make that
well,
decision.
they have a preference. That's right.
Yeah, and then we'll follow that.
Actually, up to the city council.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the city council, I thought I put that in here somewhere, that when the city, that's in my summary of all this that I haven't passed out, but when the city council mentioned it, because we brought it to the city council report as moving to by trustee area.
Yeah.
City council's response was, why don't we just take them completely out of the charter? Hadn't considered that. And at that time, it was unanimous in indications of yes. It wasn't a vote, but everybody chimed in to say, I would agree with that. So, and that's,
And we left it in their purview. They want to do it, they want to do it, that's fine.
and it would be, at that point, it would be, if the school board said no, and the city council still said, yes, we'd prefer to move them out.
Still up to the city council.
So you will keep us informed on what's
Yes.
going on, and then we'll continue it to whenever that happens.
And do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. Steve Chesson,
Is that a secret recorder?
there he is. Go ahead.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Steve Chesson, and I'm president of Californians for Electoral Reform. I submitted an e-comment that I hope explains why one would want to use ranked choice voting in a multi-seat election. While I provided a trivial example, I hope it made the point that proportional ranked choice voting gives majority rule with fair representation for the electoral minority in direct proportion to how people vote. I note that when the city of Albany switched large plurality to multi-seat proportional ranked choice voting, it did defuse an attempt to use the California Voting Rights Act to force Albany to go to district elections. While the current Redondo Beach City Charter does say that ranked choice voting doesn't apply to the school board elections, a future charter amendment could easily remove that restriction. I also watched the school board meeting Tuesday evening and appreciated the remarks that Mr. Pinsler made. While he said he would be easy to find, I've been unable to find his contact information, and I did want to respond to two comments he made that may affect your deliberations this evening. First, he said that Redondo Beach subcontracts its to the County of Los Angeles. I don't think that that is completely accurate. My understanding from conversations I've had with the city clerk is that Redondo Beach runs its own odd-year elections on equipment that it owns. The only thing it gets from the county is the list of registered voters residing in Redondo Beach. Of course, the city clerk is in the room, and she could clarify that. Second, he said that the state could at some point add ranked choice voting as an option to the education code. I have to tell you that we have tried. 3 times we've had ranked choice voting home rule bills pass the legislature on bipartisan votes and make it to the desks of 3 successive governors, and each time the then governor vetoed it. In 2007, Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger vetoed AB 1294, a bill that would have given all cities and counties the same right to use ranked choice voting that charter cities have. That did not include school districts, and I apologize for that oversight. In 2016, Governor Jerry Brown vetoed SB 1288, a bill that would have given all cities, counties, and school districts the right to use ranked choice voting. And in 2019, Governor Gavin Newsom vetoed SB 212, a bill that also would have given all cities, counties, and school districts the right to use ranked choice voting. So if anyone is waiting for California to add ranked choice voting to the education code or the elections code, I would advise them not to hold their breath. As of now, only charter cities and school boards defined by a city charter have the right to use ranked choice voting. Mr. Strutzenberg's suggestion of just keeping the one paragraph at the top of section 16 in the charter and deleting everything else would be sufficient to keep open the option for a future charter amendment that would allow the school board elections to use proportional ranked choice voting. And to answer Mr. Pinsler's question, you could have one charter amendment that deletes everything but the first paragraph of section 16 and the school board term limits. It doesn't have to be 2 separate. Appreciate your giving me this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And then there was one e-comment, it was from him. So that's it. Thank you.
Any further discussion at this point? I understand their recommendation. I agree. Recommendation would be that let's get some direction.
And the next step is the meeting between Mike and your lawyer, the school board.
Yep.
The one thing I did recommend to the school board was that they should agendize for that same meeting a discussion so that they can come to a conclusion if they could, rather than waiting another month for the next
Discussion and action.
Yeah.
We need to come to.
So we'll see how that happens. If that happens. Or doesn't. But then again.
Yeah, we've had 4 meetings on it now so far, I believe, at the school board. Okay, is there a motion to continue this item to the next regular meeting?
So moved.
To continue, or second.
Yeah.
All in favor? Aye. For I-5, I'm just going to say, is there a motion to continue this item to our next meeting?
That's fine.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed unanimously. Items for discussion prior to action, we have nothing there. Is there any future agenda topics? I think we have enough for now. Any member items or referrals to staff? I have none. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Meeting passes unanimously. Meeting is adjourned at 12:04.
Kenya.